是去渐渐滚起自己整个队伍当中经济的雪球，这是一个非常重要对于 BLG 来说的时间节点。
而且第2分拿击杀多也会有一个好处，就是对于自己的存续来说。
I'm late again, which means that we're doing this first map as a VOD again. To these 9 AM starts, they are kicking my ass. After we, well, I had work last night, so I was up till like 1 AM.
员工重镇，让我们来看一下双方 T1 和 BLG 在首枪局的战术安排。
开局就是 T 的双哨位的进攻啊，从这个落位来看，应该不会打得特别快，因为。
Okay, so this is Billy playing against Trace. In the upper bracket final, it looks like Trace are the better team, but Billy have got a pretty talented roster and they're down to take some funky timings and that kind of stuff. Nice opening to the game though. Sliggy's pretty convinced that Trace's composition is like the best that you can run on bind. I'm a little bit concerned about the solo Brim without a Viper, because it just makes it very difficult to be able to get smokes on defense in these key positions. I mean, obviously you only have 3 anyway for the entire round, but the only real places you can stand to be able to get smokes off are like here and here. So it limits your Brim's positioning enormously. Hello, I am very late today. You're right. So we're going to be doing this first part as a VOD, and then we're going to be catching up to live afterwards. Do I think there's a better agent over Fade in Trace's comp? Probably not. I mean, the other things that you would be considering are Sky, Gecko, that kind of thing. Because you need some level of initiation. And I don't think that Sky or Gecko give you enough. I mean, I think the Fade is better than the Sky solo. Post-nerf Sky. And I think that the Gecko doesn't give you enough to be able to get in. I mean, the Dizzy on its own is just not doing enough. Teho slaps for this comp? Can you run solo Teho like that? I don't think you can. I think you're really limited by the fact you only have 1 drone. Versus a Haunt plus 2 pieces of Prowler util? That sounds really limiting. Maybe though, maybe if you just cooked up a lot of combo plays on your attack side, because it would make the defense even more annoying. But the thing is with this comp, the defense is already a nightmare to play against.
来了，直接一个提前枪，往后折和 rush 下，把小黑屋里2个人尽数收掉。小开只换掉1个，现在这个情况有点不妙，有技巧性投掷燃烧榴弹给到包点。黑贝只需要这一下。
This is dangerous.
落了，但是已经被拆到了一半，火生效了，时间来不及了，
时间不够了。燃烧榴弹，最后
they didn't quite have time there, but that was incredibly close.
提前枪更准啊！ 卢西亚是非常精准的收掉对手，这一分虽然没有拿下来，但是把对面的枪全部下掉了。
Very close, very close.
的角度来说 ，BLG 这分巨赚。
而且也攒了很多点。
Let's skip this forwards. All right, bonus round from Trace. They're looking to try to go down short. So they're trying to set up a pick on a jump peeker. Yep, there it goes. That's great. That is great. Contact down short, knowing that the counter to that is that people are going to be trying to jump peek you and then have a set play to deal with it. That's a great round. Oh, were your eyes this beautiful yesterday? Oh, my eyes are fucked. I've just woken up, so my eyes are destroyed, Devoin. As you well know, you little shit. Oh, that was Grey Bomb that started that. Never mind. You were just repeating it. Apologies, Grey Bomb. You were the one that was being the little shit. Alright, great bonus round from Trace. What time in America is it for you? I'm not in America, I'm in the UK. I didn't watch Shopify yesterday. I mean, I looked at the BLR page, but I was busy doing my taxes.
下这一分依然还是想要对 B2 楼先稍微去清理一下技能，给一点动静，然后骗一骗 BLG 的回防。听到了半线的声音。
很有意思。
It's pretty sick though. Pretty sick.
这样的话，
Don't say that, Devon. That's terrible. All right, they're using the blast pack there. Oh, and then wide swinging through, withered Gravnet in hand to deal with the Judge player. They've absolutely cooked Rush there. Trace look fantastic. Shame on you for not thinking I was being genuine. You were not being genuine. Don't give me that shit. Okay, so...
那现在的话，前压已经拿到优势了，所以 BLG 完全不着急。王浩哲也回到点内寻求一下队友。
What am I? Ah, right. Okay. So they pushed short, procced the vice wall, and got the kill on the person on the flank, and then went back, blast packing over it. Oh, that Gravnet goes through the wall. That's so obnoxious. I don't play very much Deadlock in ranked, so I'd forgotten that. Oh, that's an unfortunate whiff from Loking. He might have just lost the round for his team there, Loking. Yeah, he has. Wow. I actually got an opportunity to kill YZ there. A really well-played round from Trace, but disrupted by two individual plays. One being the YZ push down short, and the other being the Neff swing through the smoke towards the end, where Loking looked like he was, I don't know, staring at his minimap or something. I mean, they definitely played the better Valorant there, though, Trace. Yeah, Gravnet's ridiculous. Disrupted by individual players might become a theme of this map? Yeah, I think so. That's how I would classify these two teams anyway, right? Like, Billy are the individual... What the fuck are these trips? Billy are like the individuals looking to try to take the timings. And Tracer, a well-oiled machine, but maybe not quite as good at being able to adapt to the chaos. Right, Visal, good raise nade to try to counter there from YZ. Really solid utility usage, but just a crazy trip. A crazy trip there, getting the kill. Hebe can't hold on to Hookah. Oh, and they're just getting shot to death. Okay, so they get value out of the trip, and then they get value out of the trip, and then just lose every or win every fight there, Billy. It's not the world's most impressive round. Thoughts on Valcomp and other subreddits banning Twitter links? I mean, probably a good idea in my opinion. We collectively need to be purged from that platform. I think I gave up on using it 2 years ago. I don't really see the downside. It's not like Twitter's a great platform, it's just that everyone uses it. So if you push them onto a different platform, you still get the same positives without the negative. Okay, that's bizarre. Bianca coming out of the cocoon to be able to get a kill. Oh no, it was YZ that was caught in the cocoon. Sorry. So they were just able to scale properly, but they took a shit ton of damage. Billy are hardcore flanking. I mean, they did this last round from Hookah, but they didn't do it from Long. And now Neff's caught a free kill Long. They knew that the flank was compromised. It's an important kill. Do they double swing? You're both so weak. Oh my god. They went for the jump. They went for the jump.
他们在残局的配合啊，真的是非常的精妙，而且在这波小妹
这种残局的分数，
是的，他的技能还是一个很大的短板，
说是让对手很难猜得到的。
但会有一个问题，斯凯拿狙他没有办法去给队友打技能，他是队伍当中唯一的先锋位。
那他就拿信息，哦，狙压的这么靠外吗？暂停回来踢，主动求稳。
再往前走会漏枪线啊。
对他想抓小开放踩断的位置。 哦，狙到了，但两边做同步的架枪了，维奥斯还是架赢了。小开当时的血量也很惨，晚焰火一炮双响，凤凰从浴室打开了局面，现在反而在。
Sorry, let me go back and have a look at that again. So they know that there's a triple push down short. They tried to react through showers. Yeah, and because he's not worried about bench or triple or anything, he's able to get a much better blast pack off. Because normally it's really difficult to actually blast pack engage from showers. Because you want speed as you go through the door. But there he's just like, I don't care about going through the door. I know there's 3 of you fighting this. One teleport with the spike. But Kai also gets detected. Does Kai think about K-Knight? Oh, they know Kai is so weak. Kai can win this round just by staying here, honestly. I really respect this play from Kai. Loking's got to wake up, though. He's basically in a 1v1. Or maybe in 2 1v1s. Because K-Knight's being delayed for now.
要等正面的信息回馈，哇！王浩哲这波回头很灵性。
对，虽然发现了，但是没有办法。
I mean, unfortunately, now both of the Trace players are kind of cut off. Kai's found a great timing though to go for this, but now he's got no health. Oh, the Billy players were just in control of the round. Loking's playing badly. He's so timid. He whiffed that kill onto Neff, and then he's lacking a lot of confidence with how he plays the clutch there. He's just giving them so much space to run rings around him. I hope DRG sends the frauds home. What I saw from Edward Gaming on that final map makes me think they have woke. They have awoken. And they will now be slaughtering a lot of the teams in China.
很冒险的举动，燃烧榴弹留了一下，他想用燃烧榴弹来手包，两边飞将对蟒侠对了一手，点后用足浴屏障来做隔绝，两个 TP 被发现，但现在这一把正义的黑背怎么做？重力补网。
You don't think that Japanese artists will be up to date on Twitter's connection to American fascism? I don't know about that. I think there'll be quite a lot of coverage globally of the richest man in the world throwing out Sieg Heils.
这样的话要天际光束了，天际光束直接定位，但时间要开完了。
They stick the defuse versus the brim ult. Oh, Trace, how are you losing these rounds? Do you agree with Sliggy that this Vice Deadlock is the best comp ever in Val? I think it has some issues with the Brimstone becoming really limited on the defense side and the smokes being overstretched. But I think that the strengths of it are enormous, yes. But when I look at the comp, I don't see like a perfect comp that's unbeatable. I see a comp that can get enormous value unless you overwork the brim like crazy. I think you should be trying to stress out the smokes player by posting up in like hookah and B-long looking for picks constantly. Hey baby. You're very clever. I'm not gonna call you a clever bitch, but you're very clever.
进入到 B 点点内，
在2楼怎么说？
有人
，nice。
小开在于在
2楼传送机断，2个人，
两个全被断了，晚焰火也没了。
眼里还有藏人，小心2楼。
2楼
Okay, alright, cool.
小开想绕背身，
What about the corner?
但是远距离风开始点
Alright,
名
well,
了。
if it's defrosted, then we'll just eat a bunch of it, I suppose.
如果走传送器转浴室房的话 ，AD 还有
Okay,
3个人。
sorry, let's go back and have a look at this round again.
对手要打 A，
So engage from Feng Feng up onto the shed. I like the way the Tracer pathing when they take side control. I think it's pretty sensible. Kai holds for the play through the teleport. So they've been reinforcing hookah very consistently. K-Knight gets traded, and then Feng Feng picks up the other two trying to flood through. Great round from Trace. Because that's an example of Trace really remembering how Bilibili were retaking against them before and being ready for it. Maybe not being quite ready for K-Knight, but everybody else. Okay, my activity feed is broken right now, so let me launch that again. There we go. Last sense, thank you for the 3 months. The Jimpy game, thank you for the prime as well. Neil Zenio said that you've all been sick for 2 weeks and haven't scrimmed Abyss. Okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. It looked like they hadn't. So Kai is changing around the vice wall as well. Maybe just to stop it getting triggered as easily if they walk up short. So they can walk showers for free with this one though. Go on, Low King. That's a nice grab net. Feels weird to throw the grab net though if you're not gonna. They're gonna lose the eco. I like. I was gonna say. I like the tap and go to B, but I don't think he has time. Ay, ay, ay. Why are they running forwards against a Raze ultimate there? Why don't they just try to kill the player in the teleport? This is making me feel worse about Trace this game. Because it's showcasing that, though they have extremely good ideas, they're actually not very good at avoiding their opponents' individual plays. They're not controlling the game. They're trying to set up their own win cons, and they're doing a great job of that, and if they play against a slow-paced team that lets them, they'll run them over. But they're also just getting caught by... Oh, you are screwed. Scaling into lamps against the Brim ultimate. Maybe they don't expect the Brim ult to be used that quickly. BNK sticks against the anti-plant utility. If Low King gets a kill and gets Brim ult online, maybe the round is chalked just on time with Annihilation and Orbital Strike. Mollying to try to keep them from crossing is crazy. But now he has Brim ult. Back it up, buddy. Alright, fucking send it in immediately. That's fine. They've not actually ticked very much time off the spike there, but presumably they're still going to win. Yeah, I'm rewatching because I started late. We'll catch up though, we'll catch up. Alright, now they bet out the wall in the final round. They've known that vice wall is there a lot. They're trying to bait that out without getting punished is difficult, honestly, but credit to Bilibili for doing that. What's up, love? Alright, nice. Nice, thank you, love.
现在就是要找浴室，优爪抓到了小黑屋里，效果也一般，没有任何反馈。但这个爆能器安装是一个比较大的问题。浴室开穿，穿掉一个，幻影的穿射起到了很好的效果。这一分要 TP 吗？现在留给 T1 的选择不多了。追猎之灵打掉，现在如果果断 T 的话，他们可能会认为有人在断。小黑屋里，小黑屋里的对决 ，BLG 利用人数优势把。
That's a big swing with the stinger.
回来，踩雷飞剑逼迫一下对方的走位，给了一下技能。我方还剩1人。 从眼里混过来，点后发现了，但是奈夫在这一分把掉之后，我
This is.
队伍很喜欢在这张地图使用盖克的原因。
很接在流程，对，就
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Again, I feel like Trace is setting up some nice ideas, playing some attempts at like beautiful Valorant, and are basically just getting outdone by Billy throwing shit at the wall. Going for pushes that Trace are not expecting, finding timings, throwing out the raise ult and that kind of stuff and getting caught. Alright, so this round, they put the Vice utility over towards short to buy them time because they were going for a sand re-explore. They've also haunted down B fountain, so they're very confident it's not B right now. They know it's A. Unfortunately, they're team flashing themselves and then getting run over by a 5-player push down short. It's lowering my Trace stocks, I've got to be honest with you. Because the setup is beautiful. They get a 4-player stack over towards the A site. They know that they're all grouped up over towards short and maybe showers. And then they just whiff the execution. I mean, that one was a particularly bad whiff of the execution. Same beginning to this round, roughly speaking. Kaya's Vice holding short, looking to delay, while Trace explore sand, and if they clear sand and then they haunt towards long, then they know that there's nobody there. Wall put down over towards B long, but not broken. I don't know why Billy wouldn't break this wall. If this wall gets thrown down, they already saw you sand. Just break it. Would you not break a Sage wall if it was put down there? Why are you waiting out the full deadlock wall? Yeah, Billy is the same as BLG. It's Billy Gaming. So it's like Billy Gaming. That's where you get the BLG from. What? 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 He's got it into a 1v1? Because he killed 4 of them, pushing him in a smoke? The fuck is that? Alright, now Kai's given away where he's playing though, and he hasn't picked up a weapon. So now Kai's trying to win this with a classic. I mean, he's not winning this one with a classic. Where did K-Knight plant though? Did he plant? For heaven? He must have done, right? Yes. But it's also planted for showers, so yeah, it's quite a nice position, really. He doesn't have a clue. Yeah, okay. That's a nice play from K-Knight. But I don't think Kai played that well either. I think Kai should have been going to try to maximize getting a gun there, even if it forced him to come through showers to play the clutch. Do you think your game knowledge would allow you to be an effective IGL? Nah, I don't think so. There's a big difference between... I mean, maybe if I practiced over and over and over again. But there's a big difference between understanding why something's correct and being able to tell you what the correct thing is if I'm given a lot of time, versus being able to make the right play in the moment using limited information. Remember that the IGLs don't have access to what everybody's doing around the map. They only have access to what their team is doing. And, you know, bits and pieces of other info, like hearing people, hearing util, seeing people, using info utility, that kind of thing. So no, probably not. I IGL'd for our premier team, and I mean, it's not like it was terrible, but it wasn't anything special. Alright, so heading into A, they have to bait out wall, they tap, but no post-plant denial util. This is where you'd like Low King to have his Molly or Fang Fang to be there with a nade. Good trades from Bianca. Okay. So now you know where both players are. Fang misses the kill on K-Knight. Alright, you know where the last player is. So you can get on the spike, and you can hold the push. It's not planted for showers. Terrible angle to take. I mean, holy shit. Trace win the round, but Low King is trying to toss. I understand that he doesn't want to get tucked bench because he's worried that, like, they're going to be able to jiggle peek the plant or something, but he's just walking out in the open as K-Knight takes the timing. This has not been. I mean, maybe this is just because it's Billy and Billy make every game into chaos, but this has not been a great game so far. There's like really nice ideas all over the place, badly executed. Hydrate yourself? Okay, I will drown myself for you, Hermlog. Alright, so beginning of the round, they go and take B-Long control and they bait out the Vice Wall. So that's pretty good. Deadlock Wall has already been used as well, over towards Hookah. So they could run a B-Long pop at some point later in this round, right? So they've created this situation for themselves, Billy, where they can now explode through B-Long. Or they can start going back over towards A. The Prowler just re-cleared short, and that's keeping Low King on this side of the map. But he has to really play cubby, or like around here, so that he can smoke short or something for the A players if needed. Alright, he's used up his last smokes. And like I said, they go for the B-Long pop. So this is nice macro from Billy. You go, you bait out the Vice Wall, and then you go back in through the same angle because the Deadlock Wall was used too early on. Nice from Neff in a 1v3. Oh, and Kai just gets the kill. That's close. That is close.
Would you say the Chinese teams have an advantage over the other regions because their kickoff finishes first, giving the teams going to Bangkok time to review other teams and prep, or would you say it doesn't really matter?
I don't think it matters that much. I think there's so few teams at Bangkok that your prep work is much easier than most of like the big international events. I'd also say that you could argue they were at a bit of a disadvantage for not being able to play with Taeho week 1, whereas the other regions were. So that's like the both sides, you know, it's a double-edged sword there, I think. They get to finish earlier, but they got 1 week where they weren't allowed to play with Taeho, so they probably weren't practicing, and it looks like Taeho might end up becoming meta on a few of the maps. So, I'm not sure. I think in the end, it's not an enormous advantage. Yeah, the IGLs will use VODs. Oh, you mean the IGLs will use VODs of their own matches to look at how they got outcalled? Yeah, they'll do VOD review of their own games, yeah. And then they'll use VODs of the teams they're about to play against to try to find like tendencies. Alright, Nade to deny plant with the Gravnet. Nade missed. Spam? Okay. How is Heibei killing Neff there? That's kind of ridiculous. Right. So now, Trace have taken the lead again, off the back of winning 3 rounds in a row here, going for retakes basically. So Billy are actually been able to get into the side. I mean, that previous round was not a great example, but the 2 prior to that, they were actually able to get into on-site positions, and Trace still had the ability to get back in. Deadlock Vice this time controlling the A side of the map. So many different ways you can mix this up. But in this round, there's nothing to stop you just walking into lamps. Fang is coming over to try to re-clear that, but there could already be a player deep down Oh no, the vice wall is there. Sorry. They need to bait out this vice wall. They're worried about a trap play, as they should have been, because there was a deadlock Gravnet used from Hebei. Anytime they've got Annihilation on the other side, you're worried about baiting out the vice wall as well, because they might be turning it into some kind of trap play. Serenity Dash, thank you for the prime. So one thing that... I mean, the ults here are crazy. The Annihilation doesn't look like it found anything. I guess they died too early to the Raze ult. But the Vice ult here has just stopped the push completely. They have to re-hit down short, which means you now have 4 players stacked on the site. When the ults are online, this comp really does look unbeatable. I mean, this round, Billy, what, what else could they have done, really? Maybe they could have tried to generate a pick somewhere earlier on, but I think they did basically as much as they could. They bait out the Vice wall, they go down short afterwards, they know that there's no deadlock wall to work with. Oh, the Annihilation did get used, but they managed to break the player out of it. They go for a re-hit, but then they get cancelled by the Vice ult. I mean, the positive for Billy here is that they can still buy, even with 3 Guardians, and they got rid of these fucking crazy ultimates. Although, having said that, Kai's almost halfway to his next. So this is the kind of round I'm talking about. Look at Lo King's position. He cannot smoke B at all for them. And I think if you can get a read that this is the case, like first of all, you probably want to be taking B long control, baiting out the Vice wall, and then util dumping in this cubby area, because you're going to find the Brimstone a lot over here. And then if you realize that the Brim is not playing over there, you're probably going to find it like decent to be able to try to work picks. I mean, that is just, yeah, that is just how you punish them baiting the Vice wall. As soon as you see that Brim smoke, you're like, okay, they're trying to get a cheap Vice wall bait, and so you get in there and kill the player that's jump peeking it. It's so difficult to play against this. The flash, the Vice flash was mega value. Mega value Vice round. Holy shit. Do you think Trace is the best team in China? Yeah, at the moment it looks like it, but I gotta say, the first half of this map, they did a pretty poor job controlling the game. They had great ideas, but they couldn't stop Billy from just creating chaos all over. It does end up being a good way of me staying on topic, you're right. Oh, Hebei, oh my god, Hebei. Oh, how is he the one that gets the kill there? How is it not Hebei getting punished? Ooh, teleport play. Levius and Neff both running through the teleport to clear out the Trace players who went for the Sand Crunch. But I mean, Neff's in a 1v3 against Brim ult and Vice ult. There's no shot. Oh, that's so big. Like, when you look at the Trace comp, if you knew where the players were set up every round, it would be possible to call against it, I think. It would be still difficult, but it would be possible. Like, if you knew that the Vice deadlock will always be and the other 3 were A, you could come up with some good plans. I think one of the other massive problems of Trace's comp, or like playing against it, is that it's so versatile. The Vice deadlock can hold A. You can put the Vice utility down short. You can put the Vice utility here at short. You can put it here at short. You can put the Vice wall here. You can put the Vice wall here. You can put the deadlock wall to replace the Vice wall. You can put the deadlock wall here. You can put the deadlock wall to block off showers. There's just so many different ways and looks for how this comp feels to play against on defense. And by the time you've figured out what defensive setup they're using, you've already burnt a lot of time. Can we get an individual clutch again? No. Alright. Alright, let's catch up to Haven. You know what? I'm just going to pause. I'm going to run an advert for 2 minutes. I'm going to chill. I'm going to drink some water. And then we're going to get into Haven. And that way, the people won't get hit with terrible ads. They just had one? You let the auto ad run for that exact reason? You know, we're on the same page. We're just not on the same page. You know what I mean? Like, we have the same thoughts, but I don't listen to you. so I end up getting fucked up. Okay, well, I needed a little break to drink anyway. Robobots, thank you for the Prime. And Moster912, thank you for the Prime as well. Look at my last message. The problem is I can't see your last message on my screen because it was too early. Just a public service announcement for people in the chat. I don't get bothered when you like spam the same message over and over again. I mean, if it's spam like every 3 seconds, then obviously that's bad. But like, it's easier for me as a streamer if you just repeat the message rather than say, look at what thingy posted. Because I can't see it. I've only got so much space on the screen. The chat just scrolls off the top. Do you offer coaching for Collegiate, a team looking to break through to Ascension for compensation? Listen, I could do that for you if I had some time. I don't have a lot of time. And also, to be honest with you, there are other people that would be better, I think, who are also free and available. For example, Doom Bros is a coach who has a lot of background doing it, who's currently not got a job. And if you're looking for coaching, you'd be better off going towards him or Minnie, who's currently not actively coaching. You know, these are a couple of people that are phenomenally skilled, got massive amounts of talent in that specific area, and are currently, have a bit of free time. Obviously, Minnie's doing some casting, Doombros is doing some co-streaming, but they might have opportunities to do that.
攻防胜率最高的都是 EDG 100%。好的，那今天这一场比赛来到了第2张地图的较量，究竟曼谷的门票之战是由 BLG 斩获还是
？Okay, let's have a look at this then.
2张地图影视修索的结果直接会导向一个完全的确认的情况。
So, we've got Neon on both sides with Viper Omen coming out from Bilibili. So, an unusual composition, I think. Also using a wall that we haven't seen in a while, but it looks like quite a good wall.
正面对枪，小开直接点对方头了，奈夫3滴血。 能活下来已经算运气不错了，这位置其实挺危险的。T 想把节奏无限的提高。
I think I prefer Trace's composition. Wow. Okay. Now that's the kind of kill that it was Bilibili getting a lot of on Bind, where it's honestly it's not even a good fight for Feng Feng to be taking, but he just outskills the opponent. Reclear through garage is really fast here. That's a very bold reclear from YZ. They need to be turning around and dealing with YZ. Okay, Bianca gets the kill. I'm not sure that was really coordinated between Bianca and Kai, but... and they don't realize that they've been timing. Feng Feng already has a player behind him. This round went to fucking chaos very quickly. The spaces on the map that Trace thought they had cleared, Bilibili either immediately re-cleared, like this. I mean, they did immediately re-clear. I was going to say either that or something else, but to be honest, it was the same in both situations. Didn't you want to do sub-VOD reviews? I did at one point, yeah. Do some sub-VOD review stuff, but again, I'm just too busy with the co-streaming stuff at the moment. I think the newest idea from Sacho was that he wants the mods to run the stream for him for that passive info. As usual, will not be paid. That's not true at all. That's not true. That was the mods asking if they could have the stream key. That was not my idea to get unpaid labor from my moderators. What's the idea? There wasn't an idea. That was from the mods.
退走，不给机会，山木地线好了，山木地线闪电弹球直接来，但是进点的人太多了，点内的半区全部被 BLG 所控制，黑北和峰峰各收一个，想去。
I was talking about doing a predathon. That was the idea that I was talking about. Where I would do a co-stream, and if I would do a co-stream, and if I got the prediction correct, we would have to keep streaming until the next game. And as long as we got predictions correct, we would keep streaming forever. No, not sure for Predator Marathon, for Prediction Marathon. Sorry, I gotta go back, because I wasn't paying enough attention to this, I got distracted by the chat. Alright. So they cancel the drone, feed Kai in, because Billy are very fast to go and reclear the other area. But then they lose the fight massively over towards Long. These marshals from Fang Fang are doing so much work. This is how they nearly lost that other anti-eco round as well. Yeah, because what I was thinking, Snowpoint, is that if I do this Predathon idea, then while I'm asleep, I could actually have you guys do stuff if you wanted to. But then I thought about it more, and I was like, wait, I can't do this idea at all while I'm in America, because I'm not co-streaming Americas. And I'm actually not even... like, because I'm working on the show, I don't have the co-streaming rights to the days that I'm working. So it doesn't work. The idea doesn't work. The idea would work if I did it while I was in the UK. Honestly, what I'm now thinking is I might buy a dog bed and sleep in a dog bed in my room. And then wake up for the matches. Because, like... Why? It's just... like, you can get some big dog beds, and they're probably quite comfy. Where's Low King going? Alright, Paranoia along the Viper line. They flash, but they don't scale. That seems like a bad flash from Heibei. Can we get another flash to clear backside? Flash, Heibei, flash. There we go. Nice. Really well done, Trace. Love that. Love that. Love that. K-Knight just a little bit too late. Ooh, almost got the kill on Fang Fang though. Not clearing the off angle there, K-Knight. Nice shot. Trace should have this though. And that's going to knock the eco for Billy as well. This was a good round. They were a little slow still. But the problem with being a little bit slow in that situation as well is that you do offer a timing for Billy to be the ones taking the initiative. Whereas you always want to be pushing there into backside with the flash. Why a dog bed particularly? Because they're body-sized, basically, right? Like, dog beds are more efficient. A mattress is a big square. My body's not a big square. I can't fit a mattress in my room comfortably. And it also would just take more space than I use in a night. And I don't want to get like a single mattress or something, because then I'll fall off it. I want something with sides. And a dog bed just works perfectly for that. I saw a video about a lady saying beds are overrated and she slept in the dog bed. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I was inspired by that exact same video. I was inspired by that exact same Subway Takes video. I thought to myself, she's spitting though, for real, for real. Get a hammock? The fuck am I gonna attach a hammock to? I don't have trees in my house. Oh my god, this flood looks dangerous. Feng Feng should have walked backwards, not forwards there. Oh my god, and Kai is sending it. What the hell? Trace play chaotic situations badly. They don't control. There's like a level of their play that they're missing. Oh, Loking got the kill on K-Knight by just teleporting into heaven. Who's your favorite NA caster? Bren. Okay. I get Loking dropping from heaven there like fucking Batman as well. Alright, so they just got hit by a set round from Trace with the Omen ult into heaven. How much are we behind by right now? 5 minutes. 4 minutes, because we just skipped a timeout. Why is he caught by that recon dart? That's a nice recon as well. I need to learn that one. Another one over towards long, but I don't know the one for short. I think I used to know it, and then I forgot it. What's the game plan here? What's the game plan, Billy? Okay, so probably they're going to be playing Killjoy ult retake here. Do they have a plan for dealing with that? Are they going to play offsite with the breach ult? They have Aftershock and Nanoswarm. Does that break it? Yes, it does. Nice. Aftershock Nanoswarm protocol from Trace. Love to see that. So just in case you missed that, they Aftershock here, and then they Nanoswarm on the wall, and the Nanoswarm pushes through to be able to destroy it. I don't know what they would have done if they had done one further back from the wall. Trace getting a kill out there. What the fuck? Feng Feng is running backwards, shooting at Russia there. Where's the replay? Oh, that's bullshit. Oh, that's bullshit. They take another timeout immediately? Okay, wait. I want to go back. What the fuck happened to this breach ultimate? Yeah, they all got hit by it. I mean, it did the job. Happy to see at least one region sticking with Neon. Yeah, China's playing a lot of it, actually. Kai, Raga, YZ. I mean, Danby is also playing it, but he's in Pacific. On Haven. Who else? Was there somebody else? I can't remember if we saw EDG on this map. Was EDG playing Neon here as well? Can't recall. Trace is going to be bad this year. I think they just had a lucky run. Someone on Plaid Chat 2025? No. Hello, hello. I respect the fact that Billy have been trying to go for reclears, but that was a brutal timing to go for that one. just as the Trace guys were walking up to the choke point, they've just completely let them into the round. I mean, that's about as big of a disaster for Bilibili as it gets.
It's 5 a.m. You have had a rough sleep schedule and are currently awake. Suddenly, you see the following image in your walls. A Cheerios. What do you do?
A Cheerios. Loking has been having some rough duels. Well, Bilibili will be happy that they didn't toss that 4v2 completely there with the play over towards B. Oh, EDG played Jet last time. I forgot. If I saw Achilles that picture in my walls, oh god, I'd be trying to go the fuck back to sleep. Alright, big fast exec into A with the Neon. Stun over towards the back. Oh, the Neon ultimate ran out. Didn't force the fight quickly enough, or popped it too early, thinking that there might be a defense over towards A long. They're burning through these tag timeouts early. This is our third tag timeout, isn't it? Around 10. That's wild. Alright, Kai's gonna pick up an attack operator here. Yeah, Low King was having a very rough performance on Bind. YC's playing really far forwards compared to where you would expect somebody. You expect people to be playing around the Viper wall. He might have heard them run away there, actually. Yeah, he has. He's heard them run away. Starting to inform rotates. Everyone's leaning like one over, and YZ's going to re-clear. YZ, with his forward position, might have just won the round for them by hearing that. Neff's peeking for info and almost got punished. He was just wondering whether or not they were going A or B. But he has actually delayed them, and now YZ's in a great spot. They're going for the B repop. YZ knows this. YZ might win this round for them. Yep, he has. Same thing again. Bilibili hearing the rotate and going for the re-clear. Trace need to realize what's happening here and start inserting people or being quieter when they leave positions. Oh, they've Omen teleported into spawn. Do they even realize? Okay, Low King gets cleared. Fang Fang. Oh, the smoke dissipates just as he's going for that. Oh, we're alive. Okay, we're alive. Let's just catch up a little bit. So far, we're seeing Trace struggle mostly with stopping Bilibili from just finding timings to walk at them in the mid-round. And if they can control the game a little bit more, if they can actually predict when Trace are going to go for these re-clears and hold their ground and punish that, they're going to run away with the game on these attack sides. I mean, not that there should be any more attack sides if Trace convert. Good double swing there to try to trade that out. Very opportunistic there. I like that swing from Bianca and Fang Fang. Omen ult cancelled. Rush didn't have anybody to go to really reinforce there. Trying to reinforce Neff, I suppose. Alright. Bianca took a little bit of damage. Ooh, also tags onto Low King. there's an opportunity here to slow the round down and go elsewhere, you know. They don't have to plant C with a big Viper's Pit in the back. All right, you know this is going to force the fight. They are going to fight over this. So get the fuck ready. Oh, Low King still whiffs. All good though. You know where the final player is, and he's detained. He's just playing with him. That was really late, that fight from Billy. Who the fuck has 1 kill? Who the fuck has 1 kill? Is that Low King? Is Low King really 1 in 11? There's no way, right? Show me the scoreboard. Who sat second along for Trace? Is it Kai? Oh my god. There's a YouTube shortcut to play a video at 2x speed. You can just hold the spacebar. That doesn't work. That paused. You fucked me up. You fucked me up. Hold it. I was holding it, motherfucker. I was holding it. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I release it. 3, 2, 1. It pauses. You're trolling me. It only works in videos, not live streams. I see. I see.
打决斗的观众数量不会特别多，
主要是我觉得跟就是厉害的决斗位一起双排呢，你的压力会比较小。你可以去给他打辅助，或者是你可以跟着他去补枪。
What are they? They're voting for whether they want YZ or Hebei.
最后，
还是果然打决斗的选手会。
And then one person gets their ult orb charged, it's like they win. Okay, that's a cool idea.
稍微休息一下，我们重新沉浸到比赛当中。而在这个比赛过程当中，下半场我们都说。 BLG 肯定是要把节奏降下来。
No edge? Oh, I forgot. I forgot to run the advert. It's Kai. Kai is 1 and 11. What? I didn't even realize. Holy shit. You ignore your mods? Yeah, that's my bad. My bad.
而防守方的话，黑妹是直接同样的满技能出门。
在下半场其实比较考验小开的手感。
我上半场其实打得非常苦涩，因为整个进点的这个过程。
No, I won't be watching MIBR. I'm already fucking Valorant maxing by watching as much tier 1 stuff as I can. I'm not watching any tier 2 stuff this year. I did ask for permission to watch Shopify and was denied, so GG. So a little skirmish over garage, and they get a kill on a player B looking for info. Oh my god. They've now got this into a 3v2. Bianca got a kill, but now they know where both of the players are. They saw the breach cross over this way into B, and they know that the Sova was somewhere around here. So they've got to be worried about flank a little bit. It makes sense that they're clearing this, because that could definitely be where Bianca is coming from. And you don't have any smokes player alive for the defense, so you're fine falling off site here. I don't really give a shit what other streamers are doing in terms of fucking with the... Like, okay, the problem is, if people just start co-streaming stuff without permission, and then taking off a... So, if people co-stream things without permission, what that basically does is, it's not that it's a legality problem or anything necessarily, or an ethical problem, but what it does is the viewers that watch on Tarek's stream, for example, if he doesn't have permission, are not counted in the overall numbers then, because they're not linked in the analytics afterwards. Because that's the whole kind of point of the permissions, is that it links everybody's analytics together so that they can pull. And that means that means you're actively taking viewers away from it and making it more likely that they either clamp down on co-streaming in the future, or or I guess think less people supported it and therefore aren't able to monetarily sell against it in the future. It's just it's a bad thing for the scene if it's done very often. I don't know, but that's their prerogative, push boy. Not mine.
然后等对面出来那一瞬间跟队友打配合，
但是好像现在没有人能跟他打配合了。
对，峰峰这个点他也不敢拉出去，因为自动哨兵在这个窗户上面一直不敢走得太过于深入。
T 的枪太差了。
等一下，这个往回推的时机，还好对面没有出来看。
再杀回马枪吗
？There's never a real limit to how many permissions they can give as well. They just make that shit up. But sometimes they have policies about that kind of thing for unknown or unknowable reasons. Okay. Winnable? No, not winnable. I've got the prerogative to cut my leg off if I want to. True, you do. You do. That's a great point. I don't know. But at some point, it's just not worth getting bothered about. If somebody over there wants to cut their leg off, then alright, fuck it. Yeah, it might just be a faff. It might just be that they couldn't be bothered doing it. It also could be that they need you to sign something and, you know, getting the actual documents to me in time would have been impossible. You know, there's other stuff like that. What the my fucking stream is lagging now ever since I caught up fully to live. I'm going to add a little break there so that maybe it buffers a little before it gets sent to me. Okay. Did he pie? I wasn't keeping track. Has Kai pied? He wasn't one kill, he got two with the sheriff, so definitely could have done.
想要给个暗眼出去清，然后配合后点过来的黑北去完成小道的清理，但忽略了一个问题，就是对面也是有暗眼。
Oh, he's 4 and 14, so maybe he didn't prime. Maybe he dodged it.
对抗对手的慢打节奏。BLG 他打某个点，他不是一波流打到底的，我就是卡在你的拐角的位置，不停的去等你拿信息。
This is a non-existent defense here of the A site. Bianca is just hoping that he can get some cheeky kills with the Bucky and then upgrade a rifle. Looking is... Dude, Looking looks like a massive weak point on this roster, to be honest with you. Just from what he's done today. What? Oh, hello, shoot him. Hello, just shoot him. Stop sliding around in front of his face. Oh my god, Bianca's killed 4 of them. The first kill is like, okay, fair enough. But then when you send 2 people to re-clear him, you can't both die to a Bucky Kalat. That's not okay. That's fine. The kill on Levius is fine. Why does YZ not just wide swing the first time? He jiggles in, catches a full Bucky shot to the face, and then slides back in for the second Bucky shot. It was like he perfectly tried to line himself up with K-Knight. Oh god.
这张地图防守啊，铁壁8成就是 AB 联合中路木板后2选1了。
哎 ，B 点好像要结束了。
狂烈之怒，直接找人，1件、2件哦，但是只有
找霓虹还是有点难啊，移动速度太快了。对。
Alright, so that stopped their first foray into B, but it's also drawn out the Sova ultimate. They're gonna drone to try to re-clear Kai. Can Bianca break it in time? No, not quite. So they've cleared Kai out of this position pretty much. He's gonna have to back up. Just a bit too dangerous staying that far pushed. Alright, but no scaling into A lobby, and they know that because the recon means that YZ, sorry, not YZ, Kai can full rotate. Fang Fang sees that there's nobody C long. Oh my god, and then gets body blocked by Low King. Low King trying to get his teammates killed, but he accidentally kills YZ. Good aftershock and nanoswarms to try to keep them back. Oh no, that's not. That's an attacking nanoswarm. What am I talking about? Oh, good slide in from Kai there towards the end for Bianca to be able to get the... They're calling him Bianc. I swear to God, the Chinese commentators are calling him Bianc. We were fucking told it was Bianca. Has he been messing with us?
你明牌知道点后有两个人的，就哪怕徐念念照到了具体的站位，你也没有太多起眼的技能可以去让你有很好的对枪环境，就形成这样的一个局面。我不停的有人在往点里去补位，
Why is he trolling us, man?
很难就说一个一个进来能够把点内给清理干净。
那这样打下去的话 ，BLG 反而是把最后常规时间里的最后一个暂停叫了。
Same with K Knight? No, I mean, dude, K Knight's also doing a bit of trolling by saying it's. Oh my god, I forgot I was live. I was trying to skip the round.
那这样打下去的话 ，BLG 反而是把最后常规时间里的最后一个暂停叫了。哦，本来 T
Am I gonna watch EMEA today? Yeah.
凭借着个人能力的发挥，把这个局面反而让对面陷入到了一个被动的情况。
Why are you calling K Knight K Knight? Because again, that's what he told us to call him. When the players go to the international events, they submit pronunciations of their name. And they said, Bianca, K Knight, HFMI.
我很确定，因为他已经把那个回复前面的动画都已经，这个回复展开的那个绿色的已经出来了。所以这个终极技能应该是被消耗过。
I can't remember who the games in EMEA even are today, to be honest with you. I'm just existing on a vibes basis only.
最近这几分
Who plays? Fnatic's in the lower bracket against Na'Vi. Yeah. And then KC versus Giants in the upper bracket. No, in the lower bracket as well. What am I talking about? Because they lost to Vitality. Yeah. Alright, I mean, Fnatic Na'Vi especially, I think, could actually be a low-key hidden banger. Kai's pulled out the Outlaw. Everybody has light or no armor. Would you be okay with calling Tens 10Z? If that's what he told us his name was, then yeah.
直接选择强拉吗？那这样的话会给对手非常多的机会。过来布威的风风先摘掉对方的莽浩哲，后点的人在不停的开枪拉扯风风的站位，小型无人机扎到了。
Fang Fang got hit by the pulse. Heibei's trying to bail him out. Wow. The rest of Bilibili were not ready for somebody else to be swinging. They had just cleared that with the drone and they thought it was only Fang Fang on site. They were getting ready to util dump. Lucky timing caught there by Heibei, you could argue. He swung into two players at C long, but neither of them were shooting back.
上下双架没给机会，而且刚才补的人、保护的人做得非常好。
对，两波其实救的时机都是刚刚好的。
Am I gonna be playing ranked between the regional games? Dude, I've got my fucking well, I've got a lot of other shit that I should be doing, I think. Let me have a look. Yeah, I have other stuff I need to be doing today. I do no. I must take a break streaming today. I've got 2 appointments that I need to reschedule, so I need to ring up various different places. A dentist and a doctor's appointment that I need to reschedule. And then I have to help my wife clean the house. And I have to put some tape on the car because my wife drove it into a brick wall a little bit. So I need to tape it up because it's got some parts with exposed metal now.
小开这位置，还有人来做掩护。有安眼推出来，
Just a little bit. She just scraped it along a brick wall because she was driving through an alleyway that was very tight. She didn't like drive it in like fucking head on. Would I be using tape to fix a car if she full on crashed it? It's just a scuff. My dad has had duct tape on his car for like 5 years. Honestly, apparently it's a good thing. It's fairly waterproof, keeps the metal from getting damaged underneath it, and I'm just waiting until a garage, oh my god, has space to be able to fix it. But all of the garages are booked up. Pop the fuck off. That's a nice round from Fang Fang. A really important one as well. Maybe she killed somebody? If she did, she killed a fucking cyborg or a robot or something, because it took a chunk out of my car. In a like she killed somebody with rock skin.
那现在终极技能对比是2比4，经济的对比可能是打到结束，可能 TT 都不再缺钱了。
My car has one dent, and it was because my dad backed his car into it by accident. I scraped my dad's car when I first was learning to drive, and I was out with my first girlfriend at the time. And when I was 17, and I tried to park in a parking spot that wasn't a real parking spot. It was like, it was a gap between a car and a pillar, but I thought it was a parking spot, and it wasn't. It was just like a bit of extra space. Oh my god, they lost the anti-eco. And I scraped it all down the pillar. And then once I got it into the parking spot, I had to get it out, and I got it out. And the only way to get it out was by scraping it again, because it was wedged. It was terrible. But it taught me about making sure you have enough room when you're parking in an area. You're not too bright? Yeah, I mean, that was not my finest hour, for sure. Using the Nanoswarm default over towards short, so that somebody can't peek behind the Viper wall. This is a major round. I mean, I suppose it's not that major in terms of the economy, but it feels like a swing point. I suppose it isn't. Maybe the next round's the swing point, really, but whoever gets up to 11-10 is going to be feeling good about themselves. And this round could be massive in terms of ults as well. It's quite uneven, really. Attacking team has lockdown. It looks like they're trying to deny them from getting into the lockdown position at short. The drone saw both of you. Okay, and then Levius just swings into the operator. That's a bad play by Levius. Maybe just thought he had the timing that the drone had pushed the opera off the angle, wasn't expecting Kai to be re-peeking. Omen ult into spawn. They've heard it. The Breach heard that. They know that there's an Omen ult in spawn. Yeah, no lockdown now as well, because Livia's swung. They know that Rush is in spawn. Oh my god, Bianca lost the fight anyway. Oh my god, Heibe lost the fight anyway. Oh. I respect this Trace team, but I am just afraid that they'll turn up to an international event and people will just run at them and kill them. What the fuck is this smoke? Was that supposed to smoke off the turret? Oh, what a round to lose. Holy shit. That is bad. Two of their players just got killed by an Omen ult into spawn that they knew was there. It's not over though. They can still buy, and they still have ults to play with. But that's not good. Yeah, I am a little bit concerned that even though Trace have some really good ideas and really good, like, execs, macro planning ideas. That as soon as things get a bit chaotic, or somebody just challenges them to a series of 1v1s, that they'll fall to pieces. Because I'm thinking about the kind of teams they're going to be going up against at Bangkok if they make it. G2, insanely talented roster. Vitality, insanely talented roster. I mean, 100 Thieves, if they make it, play the exact style that I think would boom Trace. Other teams that have very talented rosters like Sen, KC, DRG, Heretics, I think would all be challenging. But for some of them, they play a slow enough style that... Like Lev, for example, I wouldn't be worried about Lev playing against Trace, because I think Lev would not try to inject chaos, whereas Leaf pushing for G2, chaos. Vitality's individual skill, chaos. 100 Thieves running at Trace, chaos. Maybe Carmine Corp running some of their ideas would end up being chaotic, but Carmine Corp don't tend to do too much wild shit that isn't pre-planned. Oh, that breach shot is nice. Perfect. Oh, K-Knight dodged it. Alright, so it's a 3v3. I feel like Viper's win rate on Haven is ludicrous. It used to be. I don't think it is anymore. Wait, they don't realize the Neon's already through. Nice from Kai. Good headshots. Where's the fucking... Dude, why is Heibei not swinging through that smoke on Kai's distraction? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. What was the life event for the chatter? You're applying for engineering college? Mechanical engineering. I have my university entrance exams today. Good luck. Good luck. Pray for me, please. Waka, I know that you've been struggling with the studies. Don't worry. Have confidence in yourself. And make sure that you've drunk enough water, eaten enough carbohydrates, and slept enough. And you will be able to recall everything that you know. Says the guy didn't finish college? Yeah, but I got in and I passed all my exams. I just got kicked out. This lurk play through top garage. Lurk play top garage, Neff. Oh. How is Feng Feng dying into a fucking dry Sova ult? It's another 3v3. It's almost identical, this situation, except that Levius is dead, so this flank from Kai is huge. Distract for him. Distract for him. Spam into smokes. Oh my god, he missed the timing. Oh my god, when you reload, they're going to push you. Oh, Heibei died and now there's no flank control. What is this fucking sluggish retake? Oh, and Billy win the map. Dude, Jesus fucking Christ, Trace. Like, the Trace stocks are going down, man. They're going down. It's not that they can't win these games. They absolutely can. It's just that there are so many spots where I expect a team that is going to be the best in a region, potentially, to have some gusto about them. Like, in that kind of situation, you should immediately know in your head, like, Kai's flank is the win condition there. We're going to try to distract. We're going to... And then Heibei, when he's spamming into a smoke, he needs to expect to be pushed when he's reloading, because, like, you're making a fucking huge noise there. And then I don't know, Hebei dies and the others don't react through quickly enough. Where's the confidence? Where's the team play? They need to learn from Foot or G2 or something. The thing is though, Trace have got such nice ideas that it's gonna carry them through some situations. I don't know where the hell to rate Trace. I think it's a stylistic thing as well.
其实我们的高攻方也可以看到，今天两队在这张图上面，这个霓虹其实，在当前来看还是会有一些短板，这是一个很实在的问题，因为只有一个滑铲，就哪怕强如小开。
I don't know. It's dropping my stocks with them a bit though. Watching this game.
霓虹也会有一些影响在。我觉得这场可能小开的状态也是一个。
Trace might be cooked on Lotus. I can't remember what maps they're good at and what maps they're bad at. To be honest, are they bad at Lotus?
之前是韦斯少，那个是个极慢的英雄，又突然切换成你像。
Why is the schedule so ass for Americas? 4 matches per week. What do you mean? Why is that? Why is that ass?
不管进攻还是防守的时候，都有更多去拉扯的余地。其中慢打或者是拖延能力比较强的阵容，也会比较克制一波流的提速。
没错。那最后
The Lotus is mid, but Billy's is better.
肯定会回来很多。
I'm trying to remember if I watched Billy on Lotus.
小 K 也帮队友去补助了侧身的一些控制的效果，然后反杀了对手。那我们一起来听一下 BLG 团队的沟通交流吧。
Summarize the maps I've missed in a single sentence, please and thank you. Trace have good ideas, but cannot control the chaos from Billy. Semicolon. They keep getting timinged and lose confidence. Period. There you go. There's the end of my sentence. Yeah, I just think Billy are playing with so much more individual gusto. Like, each player is willing to go and make a play. It feels like Trace are scared to lose, trying to play perfectly, and they just never end up taking their timings. I don't think anyone knows how to use a semicolon. Do you guys really not know how to use a semicolon? You just connect two related phrases together. Or to separate things in a list. Dude, I use semicolons all the fucking time. It's a wonderfully versatile piece of punctuation. A semicolon and an M dash will fix a lot of your poor sentence formations. Yeah, there's the M dash from Moose Beanie.
So basically they need to make their Valorant more Chinese. They need to W key together more without thinking too much about the perfect play.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think that they need to... I don't know whether I would call that more Chinese, though. I think China Valorant historically has been a lot of individual W keying. But yeah, they're getting a lot... Some of the teams, like Billy for example, are getting a lot better at being able to play off each other too, while still finding those individual moments. But yeah, I think the region that's historically always balanced this quite well is Americas, where they have the tight disciplined play of like an EMEA region, but then they'll do a bit of loose shit in there as well, based on finding their own timings. I'm more of a brackets guy myself. You're advocating for brackets but not calling them parentheses? That's suspicious. That's suspicious. M-Dash's clear semicolons for real was an editor for my college newspaper. M-Dashes became my best friend. Yeah. The M-Dash is goated, but unfortunately can be very easily overused. You have to limit your usage of them. The Greeks used a semicolon as a question mark. Really? Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at a team that pushes together and has impeccable fundamentals, Foot was so good at that. Run an advert. You know what? You're so based for that one, Snowpoint. And you know why I saw your message? It's not because you're a moderator. It's because you spammed the fucking paragraph at me. I mean, I hate that my brain is like this, but it really is. Like, you have to start your sentence with, like, I don't know, juicy feet or fat tits or something. We've already figured that out. Or you have to spam a paragraph at me. We already know this, okay? This is not new information. This is not new information. The chat has already figured out that if they just put something weird at the beginning of their message, it's easier for me to read. Do you read chat if we repeat it? Yes, I do. Now, this is going to create a horribly obnoxious chat experience. So you've got to think about, right? Yeah, I beg you to think about, am I typing this for the streamer or am I typing this for the other people in chat? And if you're typing it for the other people in chat, don't put anything weird at the beginning. Don't put it multiple times. But if you desperately need my attention, there are ways. There are ways. My day was lovely, thank you, Hyaku Bands. It was, well, actually, no, it's not been lovely. I woke up 2 hours ago and all I've done is watch Valorant. And I'm starving, actually. I should be taking a break right now and going and getting food, but instead I'm talking to you. Trace will win. Right, you've atted me, but you haven't atted me. You've atted Baldy, and you've started your message with big juicy dicks. And I mean, ridiculous. Am I playing ranked today? No. No. Yeah, it is. It's good for us, but not for anyone else. In the end, an unreadable cesspit. I agree with you, Squid. I agree with you. I don't know why there's no English language casting in China for this year. I know that they plan on doing it. Leo Faria has said that they plan on doing it, but maybe they just couldn't get it turned around quickly enough. Hello, Zumi. Hamster sex. Wow. A public statement and apology for my empty words and lies. And now, which empty words and lies would those be? Because there've been a lot of them. Thoughts on Jeremy Corbyn, Mr. Egg? I mean, a very principled man who got torn down by right-wing media in the UK. The policy positions that he was trying to push forwards under the 2019 Labour Party have ended up being much more popular in the long run. The nationalisation, for example, of water and railways looked like they were always sensible ideas. When you look at what's currently happening with the water companies and rail companies and the privatisation of that, just all disastrous. Very principled stand on Gaza and Palestine. More generally, I have no qualms with Jeremy Corbyn. I don't believe that he allowed anti-Semitism to thrive within the Labour Party. I think that while there almost certainly was some amongst people on the left, I don't think that it was a fair attack. I think it was just an easy way of landing political blows upon him. So, yeah, overall, would have been a much better choice for the country, I think, and would have been a much better choice for the Labour Party to stick in that direction. Because unfortunately, the lashback against Jeremy Corbyn ended up with us having an extremely economically right, well, not extremely, but for the Labour Party, an extremely economically right wing leadership now under Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Bro, please talk to me. Hi. How you doing? Hi. You gave me advice on Twitter a few years back, and I've published articles since to help supplement my income through serious health issues. Hey, there you go. Your migraines are killing you? My wife's got very bad migraines as well. You promised that you would play Pokemon Insurgents once the off-season came around. What is Pokemon Insurgents? Is that a ROM hack? Or like a fan-made game? Probably because of you? No, it's not because of me. It's not because of me. Did you ever run that advert? I did. I did.
前点是拿不了信息的，暗兽反清小人有反馈，暗眼踩雷飞剑把碎石区右边的死点清干净。但是
很细啊，这波。
但是还是有一个问题，你前点交了太多技能之后，真正打一波近点的时候，你的技能数量就会不太够啊。
对，
Alright, so Trace prodding over towards Rubble at the beginning of the round. Insert Fang Fang. And then he's leaving after baiting that. It's a little bit strange because you'd expect them to be trying to set up a split here instead of going 4 people B main. Wow, what a shot. That is fast. And now they're panicking because they lost their fade. That's nice though, holy shit. 2 big shots to start it off. This is where you can play things slowly, I think, and Billy will walk into you. Yeah, like that, for example. Group up, end on a site. Oh my god, Rush has just outplayed them. Good trade by Fang Fang. Looking on the lurk, finds a pick. They know where the last player is. K-Knight's just going to run at them. Oh, brother. Dude, Low King, again, is just baiting the shit out of his team. Oh my god, he gets the kill. That's so close. That is so close. You've been scammed? Sorry, RJ. Sorry. Yeah, they really are inhumanly quick, aren't they? I mean, that flick onto YZ and the kill. Whoa, that's a bit of a crazy one as well there. The Low King kill onto Levius. Pretty devious. What do you think is the main selling point of the conservative ideology? As a heavy liberal and left-leaner, I find it a bit confusing at the moment. Well, it depends whether you mean economically or socially, I think. I think there's very large differences for the attraction of both. But I think generally, it's an identification of stuff like problems caused by wealth inequality and applying the wrong solution to it. It's going to be an oversimplification because obviously there's a lot that's contained within like conservative ideology, but for example, stuff like austerity measures, like economic right-wing conservatism, I think comes from a misunderstanding, I think, probably, of how money works for countries. There's really large differences in terms of economic thinking, even among people that run countries, right? Like a lot of modern politicians, a lot of modern economists are moving more towards MMT, modern monetary theory, but there's a lot that still follow. I think it's called the Chicago School of Economics kind of theory, which is basically the like neoliberal idea that you need to be pretty balanced with your incomings and outcomings, so your tax and your spending. And you need to be like basically selling off assets or massively reducing your spending in order to keep the books stable. Whereas modern monetary theory, which seems like the more applicable way that most big economies work, says that the government actually, so if you have your own bank that creates your own currency, the government via public spending is actually putting that money into circulation, and then taxes are deleting the money and controlling inflation. So at some point there's just like a serious disagreement about how money actually works, how economies function, and then if you want to talk about the social stuff, then most of the time that's based on a resistance to change or a wanting of other people to act in the same way that you act. Anyway, they're in a 3v5 here.
王者挺聪明，他是选择让队友去楼梯回旋跳，他来卡住 AB 连接的这个石门。
没有选择走树屋，还是想要打 B 点的河为清理石门这一侧。
Well, they know that there's somebody in here, and they know that they've left.
但没有烟啊，
They're gonna end over towards
没有烟
B.
怎么打 B 呢？
They have no smokes.
下方
They get the plan down at least. And a kill, actually, because K-Knight decides to send that. Wait, this could still get really dangerous for Billy Billy.
但是2楼的王浩哲回来了
BLG is doing a good job here. He's actually... Oh my god, he accidentally killed Levius.
最后一枪打脚了
He was aiming for the turret, and he accidentally killed Levius.
1v1。
要找对方脚下的人
Oh, great bonus, though. Great bonus. They did crazy damage. They even got rid of the armor. Oh, no, they didn't. It was regen armor. Okay. So, Rush still has regen armor here.
看到最后小编的那个准确
But
游离一样，他会猜对面是在坑里还是在更
this
高一点的平地之上。
next
就是这波
round...
准心没有猜对位置的调整，给到了 Russia 去下枪的机会。
但这一分经济
I mean, it's probably just going to look like an eco, isn't it, for Billy Billy?
这个角度来说掉了太多长枪了
They did
黑位
crazy
太关键了
damage.
首先是近点的那个
Either that or
位置
maybe
上
light
把
armor on everyone and you
并且
just
两个点位
pick
战
up
斗
outlaws
是一
and try to
个
find an opening pick.
手稳双倍伤害，是直接完成了反杀。
哦 Russia 感觉找到自信了啊，他这个表情都跟以前刚开始来到线下赛的时候不太一样了。
看这一
I
分
mean,
2把猛
Two
弹
Guardians
正好
and a
早已经
Bulldog
进了
and
他的
everyone on light armor. Does seem like the perfect time to go for this double
果然是
outlaw
5个
purchase.
信仰
鬼眼被鬼眼照到了峰峰，而且应该是当时端枪的
But
模型，应该
the only problem with this double outlaw purchase, and by the way, Fanfan and Kai are both really good snipers as well. The only problem with this is actually finding the picks before you're forced to go for the exec.
踢这一分的节奏一定不快。
So, going to be pretty important to try to work the map and flush people into sightlines or force them to go for info peaks. Like that one, for example. But now they know that there's an outlaw here.
确实，但两边互相打了
Here's
招呼
another info peak coming out from the defenders.
但中路小 K 以及王浩哲的前第一批应该是不知道的，
OK 被打了个近大远小，站的
And
位置
Kai
太
again
贴近预言机了。
gets
而且有一个问题是
run away from.
老了之后
Alright, so Kai changes over to a
有一个
Vandal,
直升 A 了
but they're the ones that are actually in the 4v5.
选择了树屋已经是渗透进来，
Russia 不想放啊
They're so slow, Trace. They're so
直
slow.
过来
You're so fucking
喝
slow.
点烟，踩雷飞剑。小
You
心
have such good timings, and they just miss them with alarming regularity.
位置被卡死了，但他
They
依然
got there though
活
this
着
time.
这
Oh,
很
BLG
关键
got
叶
caught
灵
in
笼罩
that.
吧，叶灵笼罩。
Good fade out, I
叶灵
think,
笼
just to
罩
keep yourself
开启
alive there from being pushed.
现在回防的人，近点的人都没有脚步
Nice.
他们是制龙的状态。
Fun Fun watching drop allows BLG to play this off angle pretty safely. Kai's going to have to start making a play as soon as this retake happens as well. So like we're watching for this timing based off the retakers. So now Kai's going to go. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay. Good setup from Trace. I was worried about them even getting into that setup, but once they were there, they played it pretty well. Never asked Sacho what he voted for in the Brexit referendum. The way that you phrase that makes it sound like I voted for Brexit, you little fucking goblin.
逼迫 T1只能去进 A， 但奈何进到点内之后有叶离以及这2把雄鹿的枪线支架，真的是很难说从对面的这种多重枪线覆盖下面走出来。
这场比赛两支队伍可以说是把压箱底儿的全拿出来了，但 BLG 要进入到1分存前分 ，Russia 起了一把雄鹿，这一分他的发挥可能是至关重要的，看能不能喷一个。
但因为 Russia 是一直在输屋这个方向去露身位的，在看到对面经济不好的情况下面，我觉得这把雄鹿可能会被对手给猜到。
是的。
Sorry to bring things back to the political discussion, which I'm sure people are... Wait a second, I'm not even going to, because YZ's got an opening pick here, and Neff might get another. No, okay. 4v4. Yeah, so, sorry, I just saw Lobotomites talking about propagation of anti-intellectualism, and I don't think that you can take that as a starting point, right? Because I think anti-intellectualism is almost a guarantee if you have a society that has extremely inaffordable education at a college level, in the US in particular is what I'm talking about here. So you put people into enormous debt if they go for it, so you disincentivize people to go for that in the first place. And then they have massive health differences between college educated and college uneducated people. So you're like access to better wages and better healthcare and better longevity and stuff is directly correlated to your ability to sustain tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt in order to become educated. I think those kind of wealth inequality situations are just going to naturally create resentment towards the people who can afford it. I think it's a symptom of horrendous wealth inequality. All right, they get away with that round, despite the fact that YZ got a pick at the beginning. But now we get to see Bilibili back onto rifles.
王者在 BLG 基本上陷入到绝境的时候，他都有一波能够站出来，这就是关键选手的作用。
还是不容乐观啊，1比4。
但从存款上来看，小编的存款不是很多啊。讲道理，王浩哲那一波双杀还是有一点效果的。
还是下了对面蛮多经济。
Oh, they get caught inside the seas. Okay, not quite a seas nade combo there. Bianca caught them in the seas, but Fang Fang's nade was a little late. They realized though that Bilibili were fighting super heavy over mound. Over rubble. So they're going to exec on C with the Raze ult. And now the question is, what do you do in the post plant here? Because you know that this retake is going to be coming through. Either quickly with Raze ult, Fade ult, or slowly with the Killjoy ult. Oh, they're just going to Viper's Pit on site. I was wondering if they might send the Vice ult. Oh, Fang Fang went for a swing at the exact same time. Here's the Vice ult to try to recover this in a 3v5. It's going to delay time off the clock. The Killjoy ult actually doesn't do very much here. Oh my god, Kai gets 2. The Killjoy ult doesn't do very much. It pushes you out, but it keeps the Viper's Pit still alive. Ooh, they've missed the timing. They missed the timing on YZ. And yeah, the Viper's Pit is just too good. Wow. Okay, so they probably needed to Killjoy lockdown in a little bit more of an advanced position there so that it cleared the entirety of the Viper's Pit, because if you just push the Viper out but the Viper's able to still get back in, very difficult. I like the idea from YZ of taking the timing and trying to hold the Viper as they get back inside to clear the planter, but when the plant position that you're trying to defuse, you're taking constant decay damage through, and they also have a snakebite still in. Oh, the snakebite missed as well. He bounced it off the wrong side of the pillar.
然后再去处理近点的人，这样不会被2条枪线指架。
那这样 BLG 又进入到了一个回合的存钱分。但这一把压力是跟上一张地图完全不同的。哎，他打亏了，狙到了一枪身体，101。
但王浩哲好像第一时间没漏，他是藏在了这个柱子后面。
我是觉得打常规应该没什么机会 ，BLG 得出奇制胜。 这张图跟上一张图可不一样 ，BLG 这个阵容面对 TE 上一张地图是偏进攻，但是这张地图 TE 攻防都厉害。
对他们这个阵容上来说，因为维斯他
just taking a look at the way that they're using their vice walls on the attack side, put in a really safe or like very deep. Deep isn't even the right word. Shallow, I suppose, is more accurate actually. Vice wall here, so that the defenders would have to push out super far for it to be triggered. Just a pure flank watch kind of wall, and they were putting them down like B earlier on as well, trying to get information about where Bilibili are pushing. Remember that on Haven, that was the big thing that was catching them off guard, was Bilibili finding these timings to push out on defense. K-Knight. Big kills. But you get the plan down and you're still in an anti-eco. They know that Neff is outside of his pit. The Vice died, so they don't know about this flank anymore. This flank is so fast. If YZ wins this round for them, it's so similar to the Haven rounds that we saw. Yep, YZ's killed Bianca. This is just timing. Yeah, dude, YZ's done it for them again. The awareness of when they can get the flanks off based on Kai being dead is good for Bilibili, but the Trace are not thinking about it. Trace are not thinking, our Vice is dead, we can get flanked right now. Why did Neff ult on the eco? Yeah, I mean, very bold decision really, isn't it? But it did funnel them into a site where they were able to pull off a retake.
就是雷兹跳进去，经济翻腾会影响到队友，这是一个没有办法去，就是很难去解决的问题吧。你要打铜枪位的话，一定会受到影响。 而今天小 K 的鬼魅啊，也是屡次创造奇迹。
BLG 应该是在上回合过程当中选择叫了个暂停。
因为其实上一分虽然说赢了，但我觉得前面几分的整体情况不是。
Maybe I'm losing my mind. Am I losing my mind? BLG. Did I just invent that? I swear that's what he told us his name was at a previous event. Can somebody go back and listen to Champions and hear what the casters were saying?
单一个席勒你很难去限制对面的近点，因为对面清点进的实在太多了。给个剃刀藤蔓，然后给个雷，给个优转，你点内没有可以去站的空间。
I remember Pansy saying BLG. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
还是有一些压力的。他们虽然完成了1分翻分，但是分差对于 BLG 来说是有点大，他们不太能够接受3分或者3分以上。
How does one find people with similar mindsets? Is it weird that the internet is the only place I've found my tribe? I don't think that's particularly strange, but I think there probably are more people around there that you just don't realize have similar interests to you. I think one of the important things that we should all be thinking about in 2025 is engaging with people for shared, like finding reasons to connect with people for things that you share with them, rather than finding reasons to cut people off for reasons that you disagree with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very different way of viewing a social interaction. Like, finding a reason to not want to interact with somebody is so different to finding a reason to want to interact with somebody. And I'm kind of piggybacking off your point, Swap Briar, but I'm not blaming you. I'm not trying to say, like, actually, you're just being too picky. But I think quite a few people are reluctant to engage with people. The other thing as well is there's some people in esports that I just have not wanted to engage with, basically, because they have fundamentally different views on certain things that I think are quite damaging overall to the not just to esports, but to like the way that they connect with their audiences. But also, the problem is, if all of the more reasonable people cut them off, they're just surrounded by a fucking cloud of shit. They don't have any better influences around them. So, I think it is good, generally, to even if you think somebody is acting in a way that's bad, to try to still engage with them and draw them more towards the good rather than just cut them off entirely. Of course, there's got to be some things where you cut people off for. I'm not saying that you have to, endure being abused or try to defend people when they do that kind of stuff, but maintaining friendships or building relationships with people that you disagree with in order to be a better influence for them, I think can be a very positive thing too. Okay, let's have a look at this round again. Alright, push out, bait out the Vice Wall immediately. So, Billy have got a pretty decent idea right now that Trace are not doing enough mound defaulting. If I'm Kai and that wall is getting baited out in like 10 seconds into the round, I'm like, guys, we gotta start C defaulting more. They're not scared of us at all on C. I want to find people who share the same mindset with me, but I keep finding people who still think gay people aren't real. Okay, well, that's a difficult one. I mean, maybe that is a location kind of thing.
要考虑往 A 转吗？点内还是一个小 K， 主要是这把奥丁你有点难过，没有技能了。
You will find very difficult, very different social beliefs depending on where you are in the world, but also within your country. They don't exist, it's a conspiracy. Never seen one. Yeah, that's it's a crazy take. They're not even saying it's unethical to be gay, they're just saying they don't believe they exist. Okay, smoke on the spike, tap the defuse. How are you countering that? Oh, you're just spraying them down. Okay, fair enough. They just swing together.
那没办法了，随着谈判的出现啊，那这一分的悬念也是没有了。
而且这两分小 K 这两分小开以及小
Yeah, I would agree with you, Adam. But that wasn't the case 5 years ago. And also I think something you might be missing slightly with your analysis there, Adam, is your definition of leading parties is only 2, and I think that's starting to change. I mean, I saw polling that Reform was only 1 point below Labour. I mean, not that Labour are polling well right now, and not that we're anywhere near another election, but we've got some changes on the horizon, I think, in terms of our two-party system. The UK politics really is in a good spot right now for choice. Unfortunately, one of the more popular choices is right-wing populist party. Oh, holy shit! Oh my god! Okay, that's one of the few times that Trace have actually benefited from the like timing-based stuff that Billy have gone for, because you know, like, oh my god, YZ was either set up for a 4K there with his ult or 0. No, the choices in UK politics are pretty good. I mean, the spectrum of choice from the Green Party through to the Lib Dems, through to Labour, Conservatives, Reform, those are like the major players. I mean, you've got a pretty good spectrum covered there. Unfortunately, a lot of the like more popular stuff is right-leaning, but that's, I mean, unfortunately, the will of the people. At that point, you've got to try to change opinions. That's not to do with party choice. I think maybe people in the US assume that the Green Party is incompetent in the UK, but it really isn't. It's not the same as the US Green Party at all. Are Lib Dems left of Labour these days? Yeah, they are actually. I would say so. Alright, so they are doing a bit more of that C defaulting. I said that they need to start doing some more of this because they were just getting the Vice Wall baited out too early on. So they've started defaulting over towards Mound. That Prowler did not catch anybody. So Hebei might be tempted here to go for a lurk, because they've got bad info that no one's close. I would be tempted to go for this. They've just heard a Prowler through B as well, but they're starting to come back. This timing has been caught by K9. High-low setup over towards C as well is pretty good. Oh, they didn't get the kill on Rush. Are they going to get the kill on Rush? What the hell's going on? Yes, okay, Fanfan did get the kill on Rush, and then got spammed through a smoke. What the fuck is going on over here? Alright, so now Vicelt, they lost their high-low setup over towards C because of the A pressure. Levius got killed, and now Nef's been forced out. This is a pretty good round from Trace. I like their macro. Doing a bit of like a Mound default into a feint on A with Razal into backed into a C exec. Nef gets punished as well, getting baited in by the time. That's so classic, people getting baited. There's 6 seconds on the clock. If you kill the planter, you win, but they make such a bad EV play to try to kill the planter. Nice round from Trace. Why do Reform get votes? Do they even have policies and politics behind just populism and blaming immigrants? Well, part of the reason that they get votes is they offer easy solutions. Like, I think broadly speaking, a lot of people in the UK are identifying the same problems, but they're just coming at it with rapidly different solutions. It's also worth pointing out that in the UK, the Conservative Party did run on a platform of anti-immigration, but relaxed immigration rules considerably. So I think net migration, like overall up versus down numbers, was somewhere near like 1 million or something in the year post-COVID. So even the left-leaning parties are not really on board with that amount of immigration per year. But the immigration is going to go down anyway, because that was just a post-COVID spike. But even the left-leaning parties, they're not looking for open borders where anybody can come in. They are still looking for some level of control over immigration. So then it becomes like a, you know, easy talking point. Oh yeah. That's the other thing. They're not from fucking small boats. That's again just right-wing nonsense. Oh my god, K-Knight nearly found the timing, and somehow Loking teleported past him. But he's dead anyway. Okay, so this is looking like an 8-4. I don't think it's even possible for Kai to sprint over there in time. No way. Wait. Actually, though? Surely K-Knight just pushes. Yeah, thank you. All right. Venomous Val, thank you for the gifted sub to commend. And thank you for resubbing yourself. Oh, not resubbing, sorry. Thank you for the brand new sub yourself. Thank you for the new tier 1. Alright. A good half from Trace, though. A really good half from Trace. Billy was certainly trying to get certain stuff working. They pushed out, trying to bait out the Vice Wall over towards C. They were trying to get these Rebel fights functional, but I think overall the good macro play from Trace and the slower tempo. I think Lotus really favors Trace in this matchup overall because Billy can't do as many crazy things on the defense side. There's only so far you can go without just feeding.
要不然的话，我这个回防其实是很吃亏的。节奏一旦降下来 ，T1就很慌，所以他们打的就会很主动，或者是很容易出现这种非受迫性的失误。没错。但这张地图就不一样，我可以慢，你想打慢点，我可以和你拖到最后倒计时。
The factually untrue part, Powerlight, is just how much it's talked about versus how much of it actually happens. It doesn't happen to a large degree in terms. So, for example, they conflate stuff like the NHS is overstressed currently because of immigration. Okay, it's also because the Conservatives didn't put money into it at the same rate that we were actually needing to. They cut the spending to it. But also, okay, we did have a large spike in immigration, but they conflate that with the idea that it's these bad people smuggling people illegally into the UK. Whereas actually the problem was legal immigration. And when you clamp down, what happens as well is when you clamp down on, when you clamp down on what people would call illegal immigration, what you also do is you clamp down on people trying to claim asylum, which is a large human rights problem too. The UK signed up to accept an agreement to accept people who want to claim asylum, who are refugees fleeing terrible situations. I mean, the world is much more violent right now with large amounts more refugees than it was 10 years ago. And when you block... so one of the ways in which they're allowed to claim asylum is they're allowed to turn up and claim. Like, they're allowed to try to claim as they arrive, when they arrive. And that's an agreement. That's part of how the international agreement works. And if you force them to have to claim asylum before they arrive, you're basically telling them, stay in your terrible situation until the legal process is formed, which is unsafe for them. So again, by focusing on the wrong aspect of it and trying to clamp down on that, you're creating an unethical situation for those people who are trying to flee horrors around the world without actually doing what the people of Britain are wanting you to do, which is to relieve burden upon their public services, because you're not clumping down on the legal side of the immigration. So that's where things get misinformed.
应该是 Levius 来吸引了，看队友能不能进 C。
但是包不在，吸引到了这一分小 K 要绝杀。
They can't claim asylum before they arrive. People aren't allowed to claim before reaching the UK. Right.
他现在在点里是1打2，哎，一个背身，点上有人，但脚下也有。Levius 拖不住了。 等一下包。
必须要低包，但站起来那一瞬间，黑贝也
Well, they're running away with this game, aren't they, Trace? Here
至
towards
少
the
对于
end.
BLG 来说，包下了，钱拿了。
对，
这也是唯一对他们来说好消息了。但他们把兵力分得太散了。
我觉得还有一个问题，他们觉得这个 BC 的拉扯一定能够确实吸引到注意力，但问题你地上放好的技能，你第一时间没有办法拆掉啊。因为这分开局。小开的维斯是一个
Pure timing plays from Billy here on the pistol. I mean, two separate people just tried to walk into C alone. And then they also tried to make that play into B work.
时间也被拖到了极限。
论场上选手的难受程度，相对来说，我觉得
Not very good from Billy so far in this map.
也很难接受维斯的技能。
对
The timing-based stuff has not worked as well at all. The Jolie and Powerlight, thank you for the primes. Thank you, thank you.
你是真的不敢踩。头像分没有拿下来。
What does glue mean as a verb here? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, one would assume to play badly based on how we've been using it, but Ed Glue Gaming. No, they're gonna play. I think EDG are gonna play well in that game.
4个人都过来了，5个人都过来了。
但这个惊喜翻腾很劝退啊！再给一个踩雷飞剑，把人逼走。
互交，但是进攻方是没有控制技能的。
我只要卡着近点，安眼推出来，全黑。哦，太窄了，4个人枪线完全拉不开。
They would turn DRG to glue.
有点不理智了，不过正义的准度。
I think that's entirely possible today.
也是打一个赶紧
Seize is nice as well. Catches rush here. Yeah, this game is over. I'm glad that Trace are winning this map. But I still think I want to see Trace play against EDG again when EDG are playing well and see what kind of a game we get out of that. Unfortunately, I just don't think that DRG or Billy are going to give us a good... I mean, maybe Billy would give us a good grand final and would expose again some problems with Trace. But I want to see Trace pressured by a team that isn't quite as timing spaced as Billy. I want to see a team that's like, you know, super competent, very drilled, good ideas, but then also have players that are confident enough to take some timings, like good EDG. I don't think that's good. I mean, DRG might do that a bit with like Vokashu, if they made it to the grand finals. But we'll see.
T1还手握2个暂停，加上6分的比分差。现在这一分对于 BLG 来讲，不光要想怎么去
Do an infinite fusion Nuzlocke race again? Yeah, the Bren said that he would be down for that actually.
面对对面的一个长枪分。
No, not the race actually. He said a Soul Link he would be down for.
而且这张地图雷兹他个人的发挥的空间没有像上一张地图霓虹那么大。上张地图。其实，在陷入到绝境的时候 ，BLG 是靠王浩哲的那一波 AB 连接的霓虹杀回来的，但现在不一样。
Isn't the Infinite Fusion community in shambles? I don't know. Is the game broken right now?
而小 K 的叶灵也差2个点。
Why is it collapsing?
带包的，如果吃球加上安包的话，是可以在残局打出叶灵的。
你要让我说的话，我觉得晚焰火优先级比叶灵要高很多。
但问题是，两边好像都没有去控球。
A 点其实都放单边防。小 K 直接暗售，反正 C 场的球，土坡的球一定要让 BLG 他自己一定要控下来。大米蜂群。
They used AI for Dex entries and the artists are pissed. What? What do you mean for Dex entries? You mean to like fill out the stuff that artists hadn't done yet?
反手，那这样的话挡不住了吧？
但还是有单向烟的限制啊。
王浩哲走不掉，这是最难受的。
对
，A 点在做同步，小编他手里的枪不太好。
Prior to this, it used an algorithm to get half of one entry and half of the other. The end result is that it naturally looks like shit. Now they've started using AI. They remove Pokedex entries entirely and replace the text with unfortunately no Pokedex entries because of community pushback.
想换一个点头没死，枪太差了。因为旋转门已经开了，小编知道自己身后树屋可能来人，
主要烟快散了，
脚下有人，华晨巡游效果一般，再对枪 ，nice。
I mean, what? It's not like they were paying the artists anyway, right? Why would they? Why would they piss off the people providing them free, excellent artwork?
这个位置如果对面不抓的话，应该是要送包了吗？
The game is refusing to remove sprites from artists when they request it. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I understand that point, but they shouldn't have pissed off the artists in the first place.
跳下来，哎，想换墙，没想到对方人很多。
而且这个位置，就算你不往前走，也会被爆冷技给辐射掉。但这样
Why do people complain about automated descriptions for fake Pokemon?
再来看一下
I mean, yeah, artists in particular are getting pressed about AI because so many people are using AI art for things where they, I guess, don't care about the quality as much, or don't care about the fact that it has a human element to it, or they just think that AI art is good, which very little of it is, but I don't know, fucking Godspeed to the artists trying to push back against it, but I don't think they're going to win in the long term. We'll see. We'll see.
现在 BLG 进 C 场突破有点危险，3人。那这的话直接提 C 了。
还好点数没给到峰峰。
直接提 C 了，直接提 C 了，拖不了了。
C 点有踢到通关，有裁断，有舌吻。
峰峰直接再把 B 点的人收掉。
They're just running away with it at this point, man. I mean, not that the bonus round was particularly competent, but Billy do not look like they're being able to create any level of advantage here against this fight's composition. There's 3 people here waiting for this to happen. They're already in a 3v5. It's fairly obvious where they are on the map. Horn's already cleared this out. Raze has ultimate. I mean, it's over. The game is over. AI art uses an ungodly amount of energy to create dog shit. Okay, I've heard this before, and then when I looked up the actual amounts, I found that like an AI search uses like, oh my god, that was nearly a direct hit. Uses like 10x a Google search or something. But no one's thinking about how much energy they use when they Google search something. Is AI art requiring significantly more energy to create stuff? Yeah, it sounds like fake as fuck news that's just anti-AI. Like, it just doesn't make sense, Miles, but maybe I'm missing something? The huge amount of energy is used when it's being trained. Well, yeah, I can understand that. Because you're just running it for ages. But also, the things that AI are genuinely going to be good at, for example, figuring out protein folding, things that are AI is excellent at, and other things cannot be like done really to provide that same value from other methods. Those are going to use insane amounts of energy too, but we just consider that it's worth it. Like, it's not like, I don't know, it doesn't seem a coherent argument to me when there's so many other good arguments against it. No, I mean, I already know a lot about the copyright issues. I mean, they just get trained on a bunch of fucking... They get trained on a bunch of data without having the copyright for that. In that sense, the training is the unethical part.
You can generate images within 10 seconds on consumer video cards, 3090 etc. Are you using thousands of liters of water an hour to play Valorant?
Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. Yeah, I didn't understand all of that. My sister was actually trying to tell me about it recently, and I was like, I think that's nonsense.
打树肯定是个多下，不用想。但 T 没有选择多拉，只换掉一个不解渴。这一分 A 点打的有一点点大。
Writing a 100-word email with ChatGPT requires 519 milliliters of water. See, it sounds like bullshit. How have they got that? I don't understand that. I haven't been given a coherent explanation of how that can possibly be true. Like, if it's water to cool, that doesn't use up water. Water cooling systems, the water is just the vector to take heat from one area and disperse it in another. You don't use up the water. It might it might use energy and create heat as a byproduct of that energy, and the energy consumption there would be potentially an issue. But how the fuck is it using water? Some use ACs to cool in areas where water is not abundant, but you don't need water for liquid cooling either. I don't understand it. I don't know how people have come to this. It sounds like bullshit. And I've yet to find a source that makes any sense. Entirely piss-cooled AI. Wait, you're cooking. Wait, you're actually cooking. God, Billy are getting smoked. Have I ever watched Family Guy? I mean, like, an episode here or there many years ago. I haven't watched any recently. Oh, yeah, I've already wished you good luck, Waka. I believe in you.
For econometrics, AI actually reduces the energy consumption as you don't have to search through as many permutations of regressors or possible vector spaces.
Sure. Sure, I know what you mean. Thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah. Anyway, we got onto this from Pokemon Fusion. So is Pokemon Fusion just an unplayable fucking game now because there's no Pokemon sprites in it anymore? That's sad. That is sad. Why would the person in charge not realize that there's been a backlash and just be like, okay, I'm just going to agree to go back to the way it was then? My bad, you guys win. Oh, winning the rubble fight, fucking accidentally owning them with a Kalat bulldog wallbang headshot. Okay, what is this? The global AI demand is projected to account for 4.2 to 6.6 billion cubic meters of water withdrawal in 2027, which is more than the total annual water withdrawal of half the United Kingdom. I just don't understand where the fuck they're getting that from. Why on earth would it be creating that much water demand, and why would it be fresh water anyway? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something completely. Big win for Trace. That final map was them just running over Billy. Okay. Big win for Trace, and we have the next one is EDG playing against DRG. So we'll see. Okay, let's have a read of this article though, because I am genuinely interested about this. What's going on? So this is from a organization that's seeking to create AI mechanisms like to safeguard it, basically. So what's going on here then? Large AI models like GPT-3, sorry, are often trained and deployed on large clusters of servers with multiple GPUs. They can consume a few kilowatts each. Okay. Much less. I mean, okay. So they're talking about water consumption for this for the power plant itself to be able to create the energy in the first place. And then they're talking about this water over here too. Okay, wait. maybe I'm misunderstanding something here then. To dissipate the heat into the outside environment and avoid server overheating, data centers commonly use cooling towers and/or outside air, which need a staggering amount of clean, fresh water. Cooling towers rely on water evaporation to produce cold water, and outside air needs water for evaporation assistance when it's too hot, or for humidity control when it's too dry. The heat moved to the facility will be rejected. Okay, so I'm misunderstanding this portion of it then, presumably. You're telling me that right. So what I'm not thinking about when I was thinking about this being bullshit, presumably, was it on an industrial scale using water evaporation, and it has to be clean fresh water because when you evaporate it, it can't leave any stuff behind. So not only does it have to be fresh water, it probably has to be like deionized, distilled water as well, because you don't want it to be leaving like limescale or whatever the fuck around behind it in the cooling tower. But that water is not being consumed so much as evaporating back into the atmosphere to go back into the water cycle. It's not, you're not fucking destroying it. You're not even changing it, actually. It's just more fresh water evaporation. I suppose you could really have a problem with this in terms of resource allocation, though. Because if it does require fresh water, then, they're right. The fresh water is a scarce and important resource in some areas. Of which we're going to have more and more of those areas over time. Right, okay. So that's the part that I hadn't understood. Generating electricity also consumes a lot of water through cooling of the thermal power. Okay, yeah, we know about that as well. The operational water consumption. There's also scope 3 embodied water consumption for AI supply chains. Right, yeah, we understand that as well. Well, but also this implies, so am I wrong in thinking this is implying that the model is all hosted on things that use industrial size cooling towers? Because otherwise, if all you're using is this, it's not using any additional water. So I think they've got a faulty assumption in here based on this. Because if you're running it on your own, setup, that's not using 500 milliliters of water. If you're running it on an industrial setup, if you're running it on their servers that are hooked up to cooling towers, then they would be. Water withdrawal refers to fresh water taken from the ground or surface water sources and then used for agriculture, industrial, or municipal uses. On the other hand, water consumption is defined as water withdrawal minus water discharge. It means the amount of water evaporated, transpired, incorporated into products or crops or otherwise removed from the immediate water environment. Yeah, and that's the real key point, though, right? Because you're not actually incorporating it into products or crops. You're not removing it long-term from the ecosystem, but you are potentially unevenly distributing it because you're taking an important resource, maybe taking it from somewhere where they're water stressed already, and you're then just fucking evaporating it into the air and allowing Jesus to take the wheel. big techs have started replenishing watersheds to offset their cooling water consumption to achieve water positive by 2030. Okay, where are they replenishing the watersheds from? What? They are trying to return more water to communities than they use. Right. What the
This
fuck?
article doesn't address that models nowadays are mostly getting smaller and more efficient, as well as hardware getting more powerful, meaning that the models themselves take less time to process.
Sure. That's not what I was really looking into, though. I was just looking into whether the estimates make any sense at all. So is this all just from rainwater harvesting? Because recycled water is not adding water back in. AWS has rainwater harvesting facilities to replenish stocks but then that doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't it just use the rainwater harvesting for its own systems? Why does it take... Well, I suppose that's just a matter of cash flow, isn't it? It's water flow. Just availability. Okay, this organization's using seawater in its cooling system. But how the fuck do you use that? I mean, that can't be a cooling tower, though, can it? Because if you used seawater in a cooling tower, you just have buckets of salt in the fucking bottom. These must not be cooling towers, though. I think that first article might have been misleading a little bit in terms of the prevalence of cooling towers, perhaps, because the entire argument relies on cooling towers being the primary source of cooling. But these cooling systems, maybe they are being, somebody is being disingenuous here with how important these things actually are. Because if the water usage is primarily coming from the cooling towers, then it doesn't fucking matter that you're using seawater in the cooling system. Because you're using, like, if you're using fresh water or whatever, you're only using very small amounts of it, and it's never being used up. It's not evaporating. In the UK, AWS is working with the River Trust and Action for the River Kennet to create 2 wetlands on a tributary of the River Thames to recharge groundwater. Right. So it's not all just coming from rainwater harvesting. They're also putting money into other ways of replenishing the watersheds. Okay, interesting. All right, well, there we go. Learned a little bit more. What I thought was bullshit actually turns out probably to not be as bullshit, but difficult to assess, I think, because the article that we read didn't go into the prevalence or size of cooling towers fairly often. Not fairly often, but it didn't go into the prevalence or usage of them with actual data. It just said it was pulling estimates from somewhere and didn't really seem to be citing accurate data from the large tech companies. But fair enough. I wasn't thinking about it on an industrial scale. Pop quiz. Where are the Mongols located and where do they recruit their talents from? Okay. Are they a Kazakhstani? I feel like for some reason they've got quite a lot of Kazakhstani people on their team. I don't think they're actually from Mongolia, are they? Am I going mad? Is this a bit? No, it's not a bit. The Mongols were a fucking... Am I going mad here? There's a CS team called the Mongols, and I thought they had a bunch of like Kazakhstani players on the team. They are Mongolian? Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. I'm a dumbass. I thought that... Wait, I'm going nuts. I thought the Counter-Strike team was called the Mongols, but didn't have Mongolian players on the team at the moment. No, I'm just an idiot. Why did I think that? I don't know. Don't know why I thought that. Just got the wrong end of the stick. It's also Kazakhs, not Kazakhstanis. I think, I might be wrong with this, but I think Kazakh is an ethnicity and Kazakhstani is a nationality. But again, I've already just been wrong about the Mongols, so fuck. Yeah, no, I'm just an idiot. It happens more on this stream than you would think. Boom Esports has a Kazakhstani player? They do. It's DOS9. Yeah, I know 2 Kazakhstani players in Valorant, DOS9 and Sultan. But Sultan is not on a tier 1 team at the moment. Dimisic? I didn't realize that Dimisic was. Okay. In the meantime, while we're waiting for this next game to start, we've got a 5-minute break. And I wanted to read some articles. Because there's a few like interviews and stuff. So this one's Brandon Moore for Esports GG. Asana talking about the loss to Sentinels. So I'm just going to read through some of these. And yes, they're all going to be in light mode. Unlucky. Get owned. You're the longest tenured player on the of the year because of your time on 100 Thieves. I don't think 100 Thieves has ever been an org that doesn't want to win championships or compete to internationals. Insane rosters some years, but you go into a year and it's a little different. Okay. I played Sentinels twice in 23, I think 3 times last year. In 2023, our roster wasn't good. Maybe we just didn't mesh and click well together when we needed to. Well, fucking brutal. 2024, we beat them at the end of the year, so you could argue we were a better team than them then. At the very end of the year, I mean, there were definitely times in the year where 100 Thieves was better than Sen in 2024. Like stage 1, for example. But not I wouldn't say at the end of the year. They beat them, but Sen then went on a run at champs that I don't think 100 Thieves would have been capable of. So I wouldn't say even though 100 Thieves won that they were better at that period of time. We're up on bind but didn't close it out. Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely could have won that game though recently. They're pretty equivalent, 100 Thieves and Sen right now. What's he talking about? What's he talking about here? Obviously, the ball's already rolling from last year. It's not like anything changes. So I wouldn't say we're going to this year trying to, I guess, roll in a certain way. I don't know how to explain it. Just keeping the momentum going from last year. Okay. I wouldn't call him overpowered. I would just say he's very explosive. He's very punishing if you aren't on top of your stuff. Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment of Tejo. Hot take. My scorching hot take is that any environmental concern is not well understood by people citing it because they know that the ethical debate has fallen on deaf ears. Why the fuck should we need to know the ramifications of environmental ramifications? Because it's been bad from the jump. Also, my ice cold take is that your chat is not allowed to discuss AI anymore when there's not mods or brains around. Save that for the NA time with Retro Alpha and Ness. Never do that again. I mean, the mods are not there, though, to control discussion. They're just there to control people being shitty to each other. I didn't see people being shitty. It's perfectly acceptable to have a debate, even if people are fucking wrong about it. But your scorching hot take is basically that the environmental concerns don't matter and are only being brought up because people have already lost the ethical debate against it. Yeah. I think the other scorching hot take, which is probably not scorching hot at all, it might be a fucking ice cold take, is just that people don't give a shit about ethical or environmental concerns. They only give a shit about the potential for money making. So trying to control these kind of things is going to be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. Because the potential for innovation and the potential for money making is extremely high. Because, like, again, implementation of AI, in theory, could be a great thing for a lot of workers. Will it be? Fuck no, it won't. Of course it won't. If they increase productivity of the average worker, all of those profits are just going to go up the chain because we haven't built a system that's good at making sure that workers' rights are the thing that matters. We're fucked. We're fucked. Okay, let's have a look at this. Why are we back? Because you sent the hot take, RJ. Your fault. I was saying that to end it and move on. Yeah, well, guess what? You don't get to have the last word. It sets off another fucking despicable debate. Yeah, okay, let's keep going though. What's going on here? So, what didn't go right for 100 Thieves? For Bind, our defensive reads. Without going into too much detail, but generally we don't play like that, so it's just a little odd. Okay, so that's exactly what we were talking about when we were watching the game. They normally play really retake heavy. Re-clear heavy. And instead they were playing very just sat back, defensive, trying to like anti-strat themselves. And Arsenal was saying that their defensive reads fell off because of that. But honestly, I felt like they played the defense fairly well. They were okay. I think it was a good decision to go in trying to play a more passive approach to the defense. But they didn't look like they'd done it a lot, sure. On Pearl, it was a pretty good attack, except for a thrifty in my eyes. The defense was the bigger problem. Again, we struggled against Teo when they can drone out the entire site. Okay, all right. Let's move on to the next one. King about Demon One's new playstyle that they're working on. This might be very useful. Okay, wait there. I'm trolling. I've muted too heavily. Okay, this one's a YouTube video though, so I don't want to steal a YouTube video on stream. I'll tell you what though, this one was interesting. Talking about it, we're going to be covering EMEA later on. Boaster was like, the title from Brandon Moore in this interview, I don't think I should retire yet. Boaster on turning 30 years old. After they lost to BBL. Yeah. They did get rolled on split defense. Their Abyss attack was also pretty poor. He's 30? What? I know, he doesn't look it, does he? He's the same age as me. Would you believe? This guy's the same age as me. Leo's still not very well. We don't know when Leo's going to be up and running and shooting. Okay. We actually thought that Leo might be back, but then we found out that he wasn't. So we had to quickly find someone, and Crashies fit the bill. I was confused why they didn't plan more effectively for this outcome. That didn't really answer my question. Okay. I think Teo is decent on some maps and not as decent on other maps. He's fun. I don't think today was a Teo problem on Abyss. I think it was more of like, I've got an idea how to fix it, I think. So it would just be that we can't be getting 3 rounds on the attack side of Abyss, which is embarrassing for me as an IGL. They did look lost on the attack side of Abyss. And I don't know whether it's a Teo problem, but I do think that having Alpha on the Teo made Alpha sit back a bit too far. And I also think that they just missed having Kayak so much. When Kayak died at the start of rounds, they just looked chalked. So Boaster definitely needs to come up with some adaptations for the attack side of Abyss. But on defense, the Teo looked very powerful. Okay. He's not super broken OP. It wouldn't be like releasing Astra and being like, off you go, plug and play. Astra was really broken at the start. Yeah, Astra was very easy to plug into your team as well because it was just a like-for-like change with one of your smokes. Whereas Teo is not a like-for-like change. You have to change up quite a bit of your comp. The year has been extended to allow us more breaks, but now with the map pools constantly changing, those breaks are not going to be as easily enjoyed. It's a good point. I think, though, the point with extending the calendar was to allow you the practice time, not to give you actually like a week off. Do you know what I mean? The teams were complaining they didn't have enough time to... They felt like they had to cram right before the match. So hopefully this will reduce some of the cramming involved. And it'll just feel like the same pace as the rest of the season. What's going on here then? 0.01 away from defusing the spike in round 5 against BBL. Because of the tail, we have to figure out what post-plant and stuff looks like, especially against these Sage comps. We knew Sage was going to be coming in, running in with the wall, making our lives miserable. So I think we need to play better. Split is a really good example of that on defense. Abyss was kind of the same. Yeah. Well, I think they played offsite a bit too much, but I also think that Fnatic are the kind of team that is really trying to refine these offsite post-plants, even in the new meta. So I think BBL... Yeah, Boaster needs to also have his team practice a lot of on-site post-plant stuff so that they can transition into that if they need to, rather than just trying to focus on off-site. I get to play Brim Daddy, which is always like, here we go, big ass running in, looking juicy. There's a quote from Boaster. There's a Boaster quote. So this is them talking about the split comeback where they couldn't make things work on defense. They lost the pistol. They lost the bonus through a pick, he says. And then next time they had a buy, they had a raise alt and another alt. They whipped out the op and picked me in B main. Yeah. I do remember the B main kill. That was a pretty good one. If we don't qualify for Thailand, at least we have preparation for the next Masters.
Stream on the China Valorant Twitch channel knowing.
Nice, PogChamp, PogChamp. Fortunately, I'm an IGL, so that role is pretty exclusive to older people or people that aren't maybe shooting as much heads anymore, and people that have a passion for strategy. I don't think I should retire yet. I think Valorant is actually quite an old game. It's 4 years or 5 years old now. I think I'll just keep going for a bit more, I think, but it's so difficult. Like, after this loss, I was thinking life would be easier if I would just watch party these other teams having a mental breakdown instead of me. Fucking true. True. Life would be easier if I could just watch party other teams having a mental breakdown. Honestly, that's so fucking real. Co-streaming is the easiest gig there has ever been in esports.
Am I crazy for thinking FNC is 7th in EMEA? I genuinely think TH, VT, KC, GM8, Barrel and Foot all looked better than them.
I don't think Gentlemates... Oh, honestly, Gentlemates didn't play that badly, though, did they? I don't think... But it's so difficult. Like, after this loss, I was thinking life would be easier if I could just watch party these other teams having a mental breakdown. Honestly, that's so fucking real. Co-streaming is the easiest gig there has ever been in esports. Gentle Mates look better, but I agree with the rest. Maybe they did. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Gentle Mates looked competent, but I don't think they looked better than Fnatic. Fnatic had two sides of the maps, Abyss attack and split defense, that looked bad, but the rest of what they were showing was actually strong. So I don't think so. But Gentle Mates were not bad. They were pretty decent. But I would agree with you that I think they're 6th in EMEA right now. Behind Team Heretics, Vitality, KC, BBL, and Foot. I wouldn't have them in that order. I don't know whether you ordered them, but yeah, I would agree.
What we saying about Happy Y to Trace in Falu Oking? Feel like they could rival EDG long term.
Don't fucking steal Happy Way away from XLG. Don't poach XLG, you little motherfucker. But yeah, I think that would be... I mean, based on how they've played in the tournament so far, that would be an insane pickup for Trace. Should I like gluing? 11L gluers. I don't know. I love to compete, and at the same time, I don't like losing. I've had a pretty fortunate and lucky career. I just hope it doesn't end on a bad note, but I feel good. I feel I'm shooting. My aim feels good in scrims and in today's official. Yeah, I mean, Boaster's still playing pretty well. He's not playing like somebody who should retire. I think it seems okay. It seems pretty decent. Oh yeah, this was another weird one actually. All right, so this was an interview with Com about Leviathan, written by Martin Aravelo Ustberg for the Spike.gg. And this one, I just thought the headline was wild. I think Demon 1 is more aggressive than Aspas in my opinion, because I do not agree with that take. So let's have a listen to the interview. Let's read the interview. You have a lot of experience playing with Demon 1 in the past. Has it been useful? We have a lot of chemistry, developing the new chemistry now in game. I think our whole game plan is built around Max. I think it's like our whole game plan is building around Max, essentially, right? Building around him and his individual talents and what he wants to do. He's one of the biggest reasons that makes our team work. That's a strange thing to say based on what we saw from Lev in their opening game. Because what we saw in the opening game was Demon 1 mostly looking like a role-playing entry player. This implies that Demon 1 is doing a lot of the calling on where he wants to take fights. And then they build support around him. Because otherwise... they're like pathing together as a block, as a pack a lot. It's not like they're having him go in with util as often. They're having him go in with other people more often. Can you talk to me about what the change has been from going from Aspas to Demon 1 in terms of playstyle and strategic approach? They're pretty similar, but I think Max is more aggressive than Aspas in my opinion. Maybe this is coming from scrims. Because that does not seem like this would not be my takeaway coming from the match. And he does very well in adapting to the system. We're developing a new system. Obviously, it's still in the works, of course. We're still making sure the kinks are out and stuff like that, but he's developing super well. He's very coachable, and he's a great person. Now, this, I could believe that Demon 1 is more willing to try to change compared to what Aspas was willing to change his playstyle for. Like, I think Demon 1 having had a year where he was already being like coached to a top level on EG, then had failings on NRG. From what I've heard about Demon 1, he's like willing to listen to his teammates, super down to do what they would like to do in a round, but does also have his own vision if you want him to set up a play. I could totally believe that they find Demon 1 a bit easier to mold into what their vision than Aspas. But this must be from scrims, because this did not come across in the match at all. You recently spoke to Riv about Natank, and this being the first time that you play with a European player. This implies that they said you recently spoke to Rivington III about Nathan Natank Bocchio. I mean, how formal, how very formal. I think it's different the way it's like more custom to what he was used to in Gentlemates. Gentlemates was a very aggressive team. Yeah, I think they were actually, that version of Gentlemates. There's some things you need to make sure are bad habits from Gentlemates, but there's also good things that he brought from Gentlemates that are different and can catch teams off guard in Americas. Okay. Okay. Very vague, though. Very vague. At least for me personally, I've been working very hard in the off-season. I think more than even when we won the Champions off-season, to be honest. That makes sense. I mean, after you win Champions, I would imagine that he wouldn't be taking it as hard. I've been working really hard to try to reinvent myself individually, kind of change the narrative on myself. I mean, Com was frying. Com was amazing in the clutch, and he was hitting shots. I think for us as a team, we have a lot of shooters that can turn on any game. Yeah, I would agree with that. What the hell is going on? So the problem, you've fucked up the paragraph meta. You've fucked up the paragraph strat. Because I started reading and like the first half of it is nonsense. And I have to read until the very end to get to the relevant part. You fucked up. How did you fuck up the paragraph strategy? It's such a good strategy. You spent $150 on a haircut today? That sounds like too much money to spend on a haircut for me. But I mean, I am bald. Okay. You pulled out very standard comps on Haven, and Com says, at the start of teams, you have to go for comfort for the most part. I'm sure the main consensus is that Teo's pretty OP, but you never know what we're going to pull out later. Okay. I just think we know the ways to beat that agent for the most part, and what the downsides of it overall are. Interesting. Okay, okay. How do you think this team's power level measures up to last year's roster? I would say we have a higher skill cap, which is hard to say. Saying that going from Aspas and Mazzino, of course, who are very good in their own rights, so now we have Demon 1 in the tank. But I think we have a higher ceiling. I feel like this year I've kind of uncapped my own ceiling as well, where I would feel that I hit a limit in the past. But this year I feel I can surpass the limit by a lot, and hopefully I can show that more. I think overall in terms of firepower, we have a higher potential than we did with the old roster. God damn. I don't really feel that that's true, but I don't think that will matter. I think they already had buckets of firepower. The game's starting? They're doing walkouts.
Do you think there's any good reason to change Demon 1's playstyle into a hard entry Raze player when Lev have 3 perfectly good Raze players on the team that could enable Demon 1 to play how he did in the EG Champs run? I really can't see the logic in signing him to try and recapture his Champs form while also going completely against the playstyle he thrived on.
Well, one of the problems is, you're saying they have 3 competent Raze players. But when was the last time King played Raze? It was like 1992, wasn't it? And if it's not King that plays Raze, then if you have Tex play Raze, for example, does Demon 1 play Sentinel? Because he hasn't played Senti before. He's been playing Smokes. And if you have Natank play it, does Demon 1 play Initiator? Because that would be even weirder. So, like, Natank seems like the worst person to play Raze because it fucks with the rest of your roles so badly. Like, would you put King on Initiator and then Demon 1 on Smokes? Maybe that could work. But I think you're messing with the rolls too much at that point, probably. The easiest option would be that you do the same thing that Jorgamo and Demon 1 do, where King swaps over to playing Raze, but he hasn't played it in such a long time. They could do King on Initiated Demon 1 smokes. They could do that. But then if you want to play like double smokes compositions or something. Actually, I suppose double smokes still works with that setup too. They could. I think though, having a player that you just give up with them ever being a good Raze is mad. Surely Demon 1 can play Senti too. I think he probably could if you gave him time, because normally the like good aim players who let the game come to them are pretty cracked on Sentinel. But we'll have to see what they decide to do. I think it's possible that it is a good idea to change some of the roles around. I was expecting them to change some of the roles around, but let's give it a bit more time and see if Demon 1 ends up being a little more aggressive, a little more opportunistic, a little more explosive with his Raze. Okay, so we get Haven, Pearl, and Lotus here from EDG and DRG. So this is a really cool map. We get to see Vukashu trying to duel people through garage window all the time. This is a really cool map, seeing EDG's double smokes composition and whether they run the Sova or whether they run the Fade. And then we have Pearl in the middle here as well, which I can't remember if we've seen EDG play. Did they play Simon on Tejo here? I can't recall. 挑出来作为自选图去对抗到 DRG， 这是第4次。对 EDG 来说，这是他们在起点赛第1次深海明珠的亮相，上一次要追溯到亚妖时期。啊，是的，包括 DRG 最近，因为他们有一张泳班的。I haven't eaten any food today, and I have 1 pack of midi cheddars left. So we're gonna try to pour this 150 calories into my mouth as quickly as we can. 这一张地图这个坎儿他就必须得跨过去。而图3，我觉得更是重量级。They have, but they played a troll comp. What do you mean? A troll comp? 不太愿意打这张地图，而对 EDG 来说，冠军赛的全胜到现在起点赛还没。All right, standard versus standard here on Haven. What we're looking at here is, do EDG look like they're on fire? Because when they played against XLG on this map, they looked utterly on fire. Kankan was tearing people apart. The individual play was super high. They just smoked them. They smashed them. They fucking rolled them. We're also looking towards Vukashu, taking duels in Garage, and whether that works for him against EDG, and whether EDG can punish that. We're also looking at Luke, because I think he's the other difference maker potentially on this team. But I think it's going to be very difficult for DRG. If I had to guess, I think DRG will get 2-0'd here. 绕不开的一句话就是 EDG 他们的这种选手个人能力真的非常强悍，他们昨天在面对 XLG 的影视修索，他们表现的也很强悍。是的，到最后的时候，到员工重镇当中的时候，那一支 EDG 回归了，而且确实在最后当中，他们是张开了血盆大口。Yeah, Sluggy's bloody enormous. Alright, looks like Vukashu is going to try to take a fight right at the beginning on the pistol round. 看一下，来到手枪局。 感觉现在 EDG 的这个站位啊，站的还是相对比较分散一些啊。DRG 有视角 ，DRG 视角里面，他们其实在中。You trust DRG？ 然而猎枭是一个单看，对他们有点想去打一些防守前压，而且正好是有点撞上的感觉，因为第一波其实一直想去直控 A 大。Faking that they're taking short control immediately. There's a walkout into mid. EDG are looking to try to exploit this, man. They know this is. No, they don't know. I think they did have a decent idea that was happening, but they didn't think it would be happening so quickly. Good pistol round idea from EDG. They use the dart, the cloudburst, and the drone to fake like they're taking A main control, and then they all start contacting up to either go through garage and catch Vukashu, or go B if there's a reactive push down mid. Very good idea. Because one of the pistol round ideas that you'll see the most in reaction to an A take is a triple push down mid like that as well. Yeah, Luke needed to land that first kill. Alright, Luke has a shorty. No, has a sheriff.
福乐星也是起到了非常想尝试一下，但 Luke 这个位置很危险，直接是被穿板穿掉了。这上来其实枪械有优势的情况下
，Yeah, Trace won map 3. Wasn't close.
那 EDG 也不搞那么多虚的，反正就求一个可能只有正义的人就挂边线，其他几个人更多的抱团在一起。
Sluggy is so wispy and so soft-spoken that I just assume he's got that UK twink build. Honestly, I think that's an extremely reasonable assumption. Most people in the UK are either, like most young men in the UK are built like twigs. Or at least they used to be before gym culture has become as popular.
这个更多的也可以去打控图，因为看到 A 点康康埋的位置很深，现在可以转点往 A 点走，因为听到了一些脚步。
He is fucking massive now, though.
有人顶出来了，哇，他直接抓掉 Speaker。
Twigs or beer belly? Young men though don't tend to have beer bellies. They develop them as they get older.
康康已经深入到了 A 包点内啊。 这种拉扯确实打的 DRG 很难受。
Mini cheddars again? Yeah, I bought a multi-pack, and this is me working through them over the course of the week. It's like a multi-pack of 12 or something.
对于他们而言，现在 DRG 其实会被拉扯的有点昏。EDG 其实在控图上面，他们是能把1、2、3衔接的非常好的，就在这一分当中就是如此。因为他们在 A 区拿到优势，并不急于直接直冲，对吧？先去 C 区再做一波默认，然后再把康康留在这儿，这一切的。
Trace of the first team confirmed for Bangkok.
是。
Oh.
山盟地线直接给到了。
Yeah, I forgot that was a game that qualified them for Bangkok as well. Yeah, because they're in the grand finals.
正的效果是的，但这一分想要去再往包点里面打，时间也是一个问题啊。EDG 看了一下
They definitely deserve that position of Bangkok.
都是相对比较偏贵的枪，
They look really good, but they look like the more chaotic you make it against them, the better chance you have of being able to beat them.
对面阻碍的情况下，马上靠着自己的控图去拧回来。现在对
Seeding matters? Honestly, it doesn't matter that much.
加个微信，呼叫 Smoky 啊。 没毛病
But they love crowning the winners regionally as well.
已经慢慢的就通过昨天的比赛已经走入到正轨里面去了。主要我觉得沟通的频率，因为其实细心的观众朋友们
Sluggy's like 6'2". Is he really?
感觉到沟通量上来了。
I'm gonna get absolutely mogged by Sluggy when I meet him.
对，就这种拉扯，现在 DRG 确实是有点难以招架。要注意啊，康康有蟒侠，而 DRG 这边第2分有一些起枪的一个情况下，他们的甲其实有一点点小危险。
Taller? Fuck off, he's taller than 6'2".
这个有可能会进入到蟒侠。
He looks like he'd be about
现在在推
6 foot.
已经举手臂，但没有能够举成。是的，在蟒侠的一个响枪之后，现在对于 DRG 来说，地图上
Alright, they're now just contacting up C long, looking to see if they can catch Flex in.
出这个烟会有点危险，先退吧，因为两个先锋的位置其实并没有靠向于决斗。
4 people are on light armor here. Oh, and Luke's been baited into pushing up.
另一侧的战场当中才有可能抓到机会，就像 Luke 这样压出来。是的。
Everyone apart from Spirit dies in 1 shot to Kangkang, and they're already in a 5v4. I mean, this round is already really bad. They're droning down mid, but they already have Cypher info in this area of the map, so they've lost A completely. They've only got a very weak defense over towards C. So this is looking catastrophic. Nobody's managed to lurk his way fully in. Not the kind of risk that I would like nobody to take on a rifle round, but on a bonus round, once you got the kill on the jet, I don't mind it. Nobody must have been expecting to take a fight, though, at some point, and they're just playing full A retake. Hello, TMV. 但要看一下第一波 Nobody 的血量很低了，4滴被累积建电的。2楼补烟，而且有蟒侠的一个支架。现在其实点内的一个位置上面 ，EDG 站的还是比较不错的，但是回防的道具要来了。 Here comes the retake. Leaping out, there goes the 150 health player. Everybody else dies to a single outlaw shot. This feels like a save at this point. And I mean, what's the point? You've already just lost all of your rifles. Kangkang is round 3, updrafting into heaven to try to get the shorty kill. I mean, the outlaw wouldn't have even been that bad for him to keep.
Don't let TMV lie to you, chat. He is at most 4'11".
TMV does have short person energy. I'm sorry to say it, but you give 5'10". I've said this to you before. Is 5'10" short? I mean, compared to me, it is. Yeah, I suppose that's not short. Yeah.
对，因为这是一个第4回合啊，已经4个回合过去之后的一个军事开局吧，至少对于 DRG 的视角来说。
5'10" is pretty average, I think, isn't it? Maybe what is the actual average in the UK? Maybe 5'8" for men or something? The average is not tall.
和 Nick 直接完成一个双架，在枪械不太好的情况下，也算是尽力的去阻挡了一波。五卡鼠飞闪，但是正面球已经赶到了。那这一分对于 DRG 来说，福乐星的回防其实没什么。
I'm afraid we're gonna have a shit game here, guys.
因为其实唯一的悬念就在点前的那一。
My guy, you seem like 5'5" at the most.
已经是把这个狂怒和正义的枪械距离。
I'm 5'12".
是的。 要去找一些点数没有问题。
I don't have that 6-foot energy, but
对 DRG 来说，甚至可能要去叫暂停。我觉得需要的，而且我注意 Luke 留了2500的经济。可能会考虑让。
the average height for men in the UK is 5'9". Okay, so 5'10" is pretty average then.
要做更多的一些防守前沿，要顶出来。而且我觉得现在
You're 4'24".
的时候，其实防守方没有办法。
You just give 4-foot energy.
会让 EDG 的控图舒展得很开。对。 所以在 A 大的一个交锋上面，可能对于 DRG 来说也会去进行优化。就像你刚刚讲的，明居是一种策略。
Is Haven an instaban versus EDG? They do look very good on this map, but I think it's also because they access their true selves. I don't think it's just because of the map. I think that they just got woken up by the almost being eliminated by XLG. You have goblin energy? Fucking, you can be a tall goblin? This dumbass didn't run an advert? Oh no, I didn't. It's alright. We're gonna get to the halftime so quickly, RJ. Like, honestly, this halftime is gonna be here in like 5 minutes. EDG are running fast rounds and they're just running them over. I mean, look at this round. They got the kill. They were trying to play a retake kind of setup, like a soft A retake setup. They lose this over in heaven. Now they're trying to retake without recon dart. Their breach already has breach ultimate. I don't like this positioning for the breach though. What's going on here? Are you breach ulting off Kangkang's contact? What the hell's going on? Good aftershock. And they're not even using the breach ult. I mean, you don't need it at this point. DRG haven't even run a retake. There was no threat. There was no pressure. Oh, the jiggle peek is so nice from Smoggy as well. There is an enormous skill gap between these teams. Who did DRG beat? I've forgotten. FPX, yeah.
双先锋并不能说一个先锋顶出去，然后另外一个不管了。其实这分 DRG 想做到一件事情就是雷声大雨点小，或者给你一个双侧的压力。但是 EDG 其实并不犹豫，他看到你猎枭往后撤的感觉，再算了算你的经济，就知道这一分有可能是陆克单人。
哎呦呦！
其实你邻居不在的情况下，我刚刚有高机动性的巨人，我就出发了。对，主要是这个你探到人之后，他退得这么快，也就知道他后面。
This proves how hard EDG were trolling against Trace. EDG were playing much worse than this early on in the tournament. Why is the story always the same with EDG? That they just need a loss or like almost to be eliminated to wake up?
In the following order: day drinking, scotch, Mareskotch, another drink, mezcal, sniff, losing streak, don't show.
I have not been drinking very much recently. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the alcoholism has been tamed. I had one glass of whiskey in the last, I don't know, like, and not even a glass, like one 10 milliliter unit of whiskey in the last 2 weeks, something like that. Didn't you have whiskey yesterday? Yeah, that was the only time. In the last, like, 2 weeks. You were swigging the bottle a week ago? Okay, well, in the last, like, week, then. I don't remember. I don't remember. The alcohol's pickled my brain. I can't remember. No, the reason that I haven't been drinking though is because I've been trying to wake up at 9 a.m. I've been trying to go to bed as soon as the Americas games finish, and then I've been trying to wake up at 9 a.m. to do the China games. And if a single drop of alcohol passes my lips, when I wake up in the morning, it's not that I'm hungover, but I'm just like, I don't want to get out of the bed. You know what I mean? I'm just like, fuck it. I find myself waking up with more of a bounce when I haven't drunk anything. Oh, wait, maybe this round could be doable. Luke's going to be able to pick up a weapon, and they're in a 2v3. Possibly doable. Crazy how a healthy lifestyle equals feeling good. It's a ridiculous life hack. It really is. The problem is, having an unhealthy lifestyle also feels good. It's just at different times. Well, I thought there was maybe a glimmer of a hope there, but there was not. Hamdog, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. What do you think of Fnatic's chances of winning today? I would still call them the favorites, but not strong favorites. I would call them like... we don't know enough about Fnatic or Navi's map pool to know who the favorites are, I think. Navi looked good on Abyss, but they looked kind of shitty on the other 2 maps that they played. Whereas Fnatic looked good everywhere apart from Abyss attack and split defense. So I just feel like, for me, it's like a 60-40 in favor of Fnatic, just because we don't know enough about either team. Alright, Luke's gonna try to dodge the drone. Does not dodge the drone. And gets owned by Smoggy, trying to peek into him. Breach ult into the A site. They're trying to flood in, but they don't have any player to flood. The smoke is late from flexing. Bad play from DRG. And EDG are just eating them alive. We can talk about different stuff if you like. Is this the worst map pick of all time? What, picking Haven into EDG? Does seem like a bad idea, doesn't it? We haven't... None of them have even gone for a good, honest aim duel against Fukashu in Garage. Can we get a nice, honest aim duel against Fukashu? Fukashu's just been sat here waiting to take this fight through the double doors. And nobody will opt into it. Can we talk about the birds and the bees? That's a conversation for your parents to have with you. Has anyone ever, by the way, actually been taught about sex education by their parents in the form of the birds and the bees? Has anyone ever taught, like, birds don't even mate the same way that mammals do. Bees don't mate the same way that mammals do. Bees have, like, one central queen and a bunch of men who die when they mate with them. Like, it's not a good analogy. Birds and bees also don't fuck? I mean, birds fuck. Birds definitely fuck, but they fuck differently. They don't have the same reproductive organs. I am from India, so nope. Why would being from India change the answer to that question? Do you not have birds or bees in India? What have you done to the wildlife over there? I was taught with examples of seahorses. Your family life must have been nuts. So what we're gonna do is listen, maybe your family was just too unfathomably based and wanted to subvert your ideas of how gender and sex work together. So what happens is the woman impregnates the man, and then the man carries the child to term. That's how seahorses work. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Alright, so they go for a little bit of pressure in the garage, and then they get around it. I mean, nobody is way further ahead of the rest of his team, but I think they're just fucking around at this point. I mean, you look at the spacing and the way that they're entering into the C site, they just think they're going to get it for free. This is the kind of round that they might fuck up just by being overly confident. Because nobody just fed there. And they know where Kang is. Kang goes 1 for 1. Oh, and Chi-Chu owns them. I mean, it's just so sad watching this. EDG are not even playing well in this round, and they're just fucking rinsing them. Come on, Vakashu, get 1 on the board. It's 26-0, guys. It's a 26-0 kind of game. EDG are currently 26-0 since they last lost a round. Oh, right, because they were 17-0 at the end of their game against XLG. Holy shit, yeah, 26 rounds in a row. Wait, that's a great storyline to keep track of. I'm gonna try to keep track of it with the 26 at the top. They're gonna be 30-0 when they win. God, that would be awesome if they got a 13-0 on a 30-round win streak. They stopped doing the funny. I mean, like that round wasn't even that clean from EDG. Nobody just had a good read on what was going on. He was like, oh, they're fighting over garage. That means Vakashu isn't playing there. That means that C is going to be pretty open. And then he just sprints into C, kind of alone. I mean, Smoggy teleported in, but nobody was fully alone. Nobody dies, but they have the sight, and then they just fucking aim duel them all. I'm Indian and I was not taught shit from anyone in my family. It is very, very rare. Yeah, I mean, different cultures approach those things differently. And some have better approaches than others, it must be said. I mean, not that the UK approach is particularly good either. The UK tends to be very euphemistic and shy about sex ed and that kind of stuff. It's got quite a repressed sexual culture. Well, there goes Luke, there goes Vakashu, there goes Nick. And you're in a 3v1 at the end of the day because DRG tried to hold on to the A site and ended up just having multiple EDG players facing into them every single time. Oh god, 27 rounds in a row. 27 rounds in a row.
要么就无卡数回防 C 点，已经无数个回合出现这种情况了。在包点内，其实这一分 DRG 想要硬接，他们点内有3个人，但是一样接不住。
而且观察一下经济，下一分的 DRG 处境
EDG in Valorant equals POG.
对
EDG in Leagueland equals losing streak, and I bloody hate it.
这也是直接点了个赞。
They're second in league, are
这
they?
种协同对于点内的这种技能铺设是直接拉满的。就 DRG 1点可以。
来了，新2回合的蟒侠，康康
又来
Yeah.
了。是的。
All right, are we gonna see a big fight over A main? A lobby? Big A lobby fight? Stun, Paranoia. No, Paranoia was a bit late, and none of them have full armor, so they all died to Kang. And who doesn't get caught with a stun? So it's just fucking over again. 28 rounds, guys. 28 rounds. This is ridiculous. They're so fucking back, it's crazy. TMV, did you make the 13-0 video again about EDG beating XLG? Because if so, you needed to wait. You needed to wait. Not yet? Oh, well, I mean, you've got a great sequel right here. How Vukashu won a 1v5 to save his team from a 13-0. No, not quite. Not quite. Holy shit. That did not seem like a very good version of the A-Lobby Breach Omen fight. I want to see Aftershock into Cubby, Paranoia thrown from a better angle, more aggressive positions so that you can follow up, people actually scaling short. I want to fucking don't hold your Omen in bloody the B connector when you're doing that strat. Send it. Send it and play retake elsewhere. Kang is walking forwards with all the confidence in the world. Oh, Sova ult denies the plant. He did more damage to Luke than anybody else, though. Oh, and Vukashu's getting pressured by Kang. And now they can pivot. Oh, and Simon kills both of the players in the A connector. I'll tell you what, Simon's fragging is way better than it was at Champs. I think he was very, very nervous at Champions. Because Simon had some of the worst stats of any of the pros at Champs. Before the Grand Final, where he kind of picked it up a little bit, he had like 0.55 KPR for their Champs run. But I think he was just nervous, because he's clearly mechanically talented. Oh yeah, 29, sorry, 29. 29. Come on. If you get the pistol, like last time I was rooting against EDG, and I wanted XLG to win the pistol at least, just to fuck up the narrative. But now, the narrative is so powerful. Two back-to-back 13-0s with a 30-round win streak. That's so powerful. I'm begging them, please, get the pistol round, man. Get the pistol round. What's the round count for? That's how many rounds in a row EDG have won. The IGL of EDG is nobody. So they had 13-0. Then they have 12-0 at the moment. And they also won 4 rounds in a row at the end of XLG's bind game. They don't have an IGL. Fucking. How much mileage are you expecting to get out of this bit?
Alien PLSDR glue, alien PLSDR glue, alien PLSCD goats, alien PLSCD goats, alien PLS.
Thank you. DR glue, ED goats. Egg person, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. Now, the 29 rounds already includes the end of bind. It's so funny, though. It fucking isn't.
其实在昨天找到了一个非常好的状态之后，现在确实在步入正轨。
看一下 EDG 在连续。
Well, I said pay attention to T-Virus Luke, he could be the X Factor. He's on Pi Watch. I said pay attention to Vakashu, he might be able to take some duels in Garage. They haven't once let him take a duel in Garage. Win the pistol, please. Come on, win the pistol.
那看一下这个回合数还能不能延续下去啊？还说 DRG
They have a triple play set up here. Chishu takes contact, Kangkong swings in, Paranoia as well. Luke is not getting away with more than one. If they 12-1, I'm going to be so fucking mad.
Dragon Rizagooning getting EDG currently.
Ah! Yes, Simon.
这个位置没有交任何的技能啊 ，Simon 是个裸的加枪，而且
Dragon Rizagooning. Go on. Yeah, let's fucking go. 5v3. Here it is. The narrative is so strong. The narrative is so powerful. It's so powerful. Chichu gets this one as well. And this one. Oh my god. Double 13-0. Double 13-0 on Haven. 30 rounds in a row. They woke up. They've been in hibernation for a while and they fucking woke up and accessed the Super Saiyan form. We watched them ascend. We actually watched them ascend to become deific beings. Holy shit. TMV, you've got another video. This is the round EDG woke up, and it's like the fucking first round of bind. All of, you know, the first round that they won on bind at the end. Oh my god, they're creaming them. They're creaming them. What about another 13-0? No. Here's what has to happen. DRG has to win the next pistol round. Because there's something so pretty about 30 rounds in a row. 13-0. Like the fact that 13 sounds like 30, 2 13s, the 30 rounds. There's something so nice about it. I want DRG to win the pistol here. It just sounds more beautiful. EDG do love a lower bracket run in their region. They do. Imagine how funny it would be if DRG wins the next two maps. That would not be funny. That would not be funny. That would ruin the narrative. Yeah, back-to-back 13-0 is gross.
You guys actually thought the world champions would lose to Xyle gluing I am dead alien PLS alien PLS alien PLS ED goats.
They definitely could have lost to 11 liters of glue. They definitely could have. XLG are a decent team. Unfortunately, they remembered how to play the game. Nobody popping off on the calls there.
I mean, Dr. G did get 13-0'd in the Ascension Finals in 2023, so this may actually be a bad sign.
DRG got 13-0'd in the Ascension Finals in 2023. That's not... Okay, that's not happening. Stop putting it into the air, guys. Stop trying to put it into the air that DRG are going to win the next two maps. It's not going to happen. Y11 isn't X10? Yeah, but their name is Xi, so it's like X1, XI, 11 in Roman numerals. Is that really how it's pronounced? I think, no, it's G, isn't it? G-Lai Gaming. So it's like XI is G, I think. I mean, I'm probably completely butchering it because it's like a tonal language and I don't know the proper consonant sounds, but that, you know, roughly an anglicized version of it would be that. Ad time? Yes, sir. There's an advert. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah. the DRG coaches made a bad map selection here, but also they think they're good at Haven, and they probably underestimated just how... Oh my god, they got 12 first kills as well. It's not even like they were having to recover 4v5s. Ay, ay, ay. A lot of foreigners pronounce the X in Chinese as a J sound. G. No, I thought it was more like a she. I thought it was more like the French je, I suppose. Like G. But it's closer between a mix of an S and a sh. She. Like that? She? Something more along that kind of line? She lie? It sounds very unusual to me. Exactly that? Okay, we popped off. The French je sound comes from ZH. What do you mean it comes from? You almost whistled? Yeah, I mean, my grandparents sometimes whistle because when you're older, your gums recede a little bit, your teeth spread out a bit, and you have like more gaps between your teeth, and so they, whenever they say their S sounds, they go like, they fucking whistle. If they can't pie, I think it should be called a crumble. Ah, if you fail to pie, like you're worse than a pie, you call it a crumble. That's a good one, RJ. That is a +2. I like that. Don't you mean cumble? You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. It was a crumble. I think that's it's a good hot take, RJ. It's a good hot take. Hi, Egg. Do you watch NL? Yes, I watch NL. Smile. Yeah. There aren't many streamers that I enjoy watching a lot of, but I will watch some NL. I will watch some Ludwig. I will watch some... Who else? I watch some streamers on like their VOD content as well. Like I watch Pokemon challenges and Small Ant and Atrioc on YouTube, but I don't really tune into their live streams very often. But I will watch some NL live streaming. Super, yes, Super, definitely. I definitely am a Super fan. I watch Super live as well. Super's just so fucking entertaining.
Going to a lecture now, but remember who your world champions are. Bald Blue Boy, ED Goats, Alien PLS.
All right, have fun in your lecture, Command. You watch Small Ant? Yeah, I don't watch Small Ant's streams though. I watch his. The problem with Small Ant is he's so good at YouTube, he makes watching his streams useless. Like I actively don't want to watch Small Ant's streaming because I get spoiled for his YouTube video, and his YouTube video is so well done.
To perform triple duty with certain tasks, they are also known to hire Russian workers who cannot speak a lick of Chinese. I tried send help.
What are you talking about? Duct rubber glues is a duct rubber glue. Duct rubber glues. DRG. I was like, what are you talking about hiring Russian workers who can't speak a lick of Chinese? You're talking about Vukashu. I was like, what kind of conspiracy theory have you got there? You have the same problem with Super? No, because Super's live streams are more entertaining than his YouTube videos, in my opinion. But Small Ant's the other way around. Small Ant's YouTube videos are way more entertaining, in my opinion, than his live streams. Who won, Trace or Bilibili? Trace. You ever watch Sans? Not really. I mean, I've watched some like collaborative content that Sans has done with the others. But I haven't watched just his content on his own. Super's YouTube is good. Don't get me wrong. I still watch Super's YouTube content. but I actively don't want to watch Small Ants YouTube, Twitch content. I remember word by word how you commented on the Forsaken 1v5 clutch in Madrid. I don't remember that. Hellemic. So incredible that you do. Wolfie Glick. I'll watch some of his like short form content, but a lot of his YouTube videos are too long and too in the weeds about the Pokemon meta and that kind of stuff. So I'll watch like a bit of his content, but not a lot. Do you watch Sea Dog VA? No, I don't. I actually don't even really know who that is. Is that somebody called Connor? I think I've heard other people like talking about him, but I've never watched any of his content.
Also, and this is just an observation, just how many artists come out for these China and Pacific games?
Yeah.
Like, for real? I saw this trend in Contenders Korea years ago and I'm seeing it again here now.
I think there are a lot of like really good artists, but I think there's also a large amount of there's a larger amount of women who are turning up to the Chinese and Korean broadcasts, like the Korean broadcasts in Overwatch especially, I think. And I think there's probably a correlation there as well, just because of how art tends to be socialized as a girl's activity when you're younger on in life. Not that it should be, but that it is.
但是他们的状态调整得很快，尼克这边已经开始谈笑风生了。对，就确实心态方面需要去做更多的调整啊，因为就对于队伍而言，在一个
I'll never forget back in the day, Wolfie hitting up Bren to collab and teach him VGC. Really? I know that, who was it? Somebody hit up Bren to teach him Dark Souls speedrunning, who was like a top 3 speedrunner in the category. Goblin God, that's just... Get a fucking grip. Okay, let's have a look at this then. So EDG are running a fairly standard composition, right? Something fairly chill, fairly boring. EDG's comps, honestly, we saw quite a lot of Tejo from them at the beginning of the tournament, and now we're just seeing a lot of... Why are all of these in Mandarin the names of the agents, apart from KO? Why is KO using Latin script, K and then O? Does EDG look good on Haven? They have back-to-back 13-0'd other Chinese teams on Haven. Yeah, they look pretty good. Honestly, some of the rounds they're not even playing that seriously because they're just running people over so much. How the fuck do you translate KO into Chinese? I don't fucking know, but they did it with all the other agents. What do you mean there's no word for KO in Chinese? Why don't they just make it... Surely there's a word for, like, knockout, and they take that... Like, if I was trying to do a translation, I'd take the word for knockout, I'd try to find, like, a slang term for it, and I'd try to shorten it in some way, and that's what I would use. It's an acronym? It's not a fucking acronym, man. It's supposed to be backwards okay. That's not an acronym. KO is not kill all your opponents. It's not. That's a backronym. They came up with that after they came up with the name. Don't be fooled here. Don't be fooled. They're winning 13-0 again. I know it's a voice line, but that's not the reason. That's not the reason.
It would sound too much like the female reproductive part in certain dialects.
Oh, wait, is that an actual reason? It would probably be something I can't read, which would sound too much like the female reproductive part in certain dialects. Okay, well, that's very interesting, though I have no way of verifying that. That's your guess, huh? Enlighten us with the reason then? Because it sounds like knockout, KO.
EDG 的起枪。
And all of these ability names are like Fragment Grenade is a play on a frag grenade, but the fragmenting your like hard drive. This is a flash drive. It's all taking like 0 point. It's like it's taking puns about things that are to do with, I don't know, IT basically, and then turning them into names. Yeah, computing terms. I don't see how you couldn't come up with a computing term as a name for KO in Chinese. I just don't understand why that would be impossible to translate.
但后续看一下交战情况，2打3，关键这两个人枪都非常好，各自
Kill all your opponents is such a fucking backronym. There's no shot that it's like that's just something they came up with afterwards. Yeah, the ult is null command. Yeah, null CMD.
确实挺夸张的这个数据。
这感觉甚至可能我们比这种 NBA 勒布朗詹姆斯拿4万分的这种记录。
Yeah, should we keep track of the score still? 32 rounds in a row. 32. 32. All right, but this is the round where DRG eventually they're gonna turn it around. This is the round. Isn't it like Kingdom Anti-Yield Operative in the lore or something? We've gone off the deep end. We've gone off the deep end. All right, flash re-clear to post up back on the angle over towards A main. If you go over towards B link, you have to break this trip. Presumably Vukashu's going to do something like spam based off the trip break. Thank you, Boredoms. That's very kind of you. Another paid chatter. I'll deposit the £5 in your PayPal presently. So they've pushed them away from A main. Flex in. This is a corner that a lot of people are starting to play in more. Let's fucking go, DRG.
现在看一下3个人能不能够把这个优势维持下来，但 Luke 的位置会比较远。
Come on. Nobody's dead. And Smoggy is not winning a 1v3 here. 32 rounds in a row. Holy shit, it's not a back-to-back-to-back 13-0. Huge. 32 rounds in a row. That position that Flexin played in, a lot of people are playing in it, and it's getting crazy value. People need to be spam clearing that as standard before they exit. Because like you pop the smoke and it just creates this little corner for you to play in that's so difficult to, like when you walk through, your crosshair's supposed to be pointing like over here, maybe over to the right even. And when you scale art, you don't look at that corner either. It's such a nasty little pause.
Oh no, it's over. Ejar washed.
That's one of the great parts about the Neon there, is that you can really jump onto people in A main. EDG are washed, they're not washed.
宝点前端属于 EDG， 但是后端路克已经杀出来了。
Oh, why is Luke going for that? What on earth? How is that gonna find success? Did he think he was gonna be able to stay inside the smoke and spam?
安置啊，队友的枪补不到很关键。那不卡修这没机会啊。
In the game Valorant, KO is actually an acronym for Kingdom Anti-Yield Operative. But it's bullshit. That's just, again, it's like back... It's Harry Hindsight explanations in the lore. The developers come up with the name, and then the lore people have to justify why they have that name. That's not why he was called that. For that, you would need the dev, like, character creation team reason. Hot take donor wall? Oh, here we go. Hot take from Mango Muncher. Wait there.
This round loss is more tragic than The Undertaker having his WrestleMania winning streak snapped. Bren despair.
Yeah, oh, that one really got me. When The Undertaker got his win streak snapped.
Bro, stop arguing with the book readers over Kyo Law.
Why are you calling them the book readers? Alright, Mango Muncher says, I think if a pro player can't play every agent in their role, they are embarrassing themselves and letting their team down and should be cut for the long-term, multi-year success of the team. This is particularly pertinent for pro duelists who can only play Jet or sometimes Raze. Okay, but by your logic, Demon 1 should have never been allowed to play for the original EG, and they wouldn't have won a championship. You're just putting principle above success. That's not based, that's stupid.
但是感觉 Nobody 好像反应过来，第二先拉出来，是打掉了 Nobody 之后，自己的位置也已经是一个名牌，同时的 pick， 但是
They spammed the spot that time.
主要还是现在 EDG 能够感觉到他们在针对性方面真的做得很。
Does Kangkang play Yoru? I'm not sure.
前压前顶出来拿信息被抓，还有一次就是他这种架烟边的行为，其实已经在多场比赛里面都用过了，所以你看刚刚这个。
Another hot take. Prime Optic weren't that good. Prime Fnatic were far more dominant in a more interesting meta. Prime Optic weren't that good is a crazy take. Like, you have to measure them to the people in their time period, and they were very good. But yeah, Prime Fnatic were a different beast. I mean, is anyone arguing that Prime Optic were stronger than Prime Fnatic? They weren't stronger in an objective sense, and they weren't stronger in a relative sense either.
他们也知道必须要顶一边出来，先解放一边，这样子整体的地图控制压力才不会那么大。
Prime Optic played versus plumbers. What are you talking about? Like it was in the early days of the Olympics when people couldn't be pro athletes. Prime Gambit clears all. That's not true either. But for the time period, Prime Gambit were very good. Flexin is trying to play these really strange spots. I mean, that is playing inside the smoke in front of the screen. It still baffles me to know that Finesse used to be a great player and not a geriatric dumbass. Well, he was never a great fragger, though. I don't think I would ever describe Finesse as a great player, but he was a great IGL. Okay, Spirit. Okay. 5v2 is suddenly a 2v2. That could have been a 2v1 there as well. Chishu got lucky. Oh, nobody's still getting the value and has a recon dart. And Spirit's too weak and has to ace. How sad that even when DRG hit a sick clip, it's too late. Prime Gambit was still very interesting on their attack sides. They were just very reliant on Nats. But Nats was incredible. And teams were not used to coming up with good protocols for dealing with an aggressive lurker like that. They were supremely good at setting him up, though. With distraction, mostly. And, like, communication. 4BD Shorts Gamer, thank you for the hot take. And here is the hot take. The 2022 season is too heavily shit on for being a worse quality of Valorant. They still had to play against each other and beat each other's ideas and out-aim each other, just like they do now. It was more hype, it was more what the fuck moments because of the uncertainty about plays. Too heavily shit on for being worse quality of Valorant. Is it? I don't feel like I hear many people. I feel like I hear a lot of people shitting on 2021 for being bad quality Valorant. And you know what? That's fucking fair. That is fair. 2022, though, I think was actually pretty decent quality Valorant. Having Optic and Loud, battling it out, I think it was pretty good. 2021, though, was butts, and I would like to hear your defense of that if you have the same opinion. the end of 2021. Like 2021 champs was awesome. You had Liquid with their double op ideas. You had, I mean, Ascend went on a bit of a fluky run, but you had Gambit playing incredibly, Crew with their breakout tournament. Lots of cool stuff there.
When he was the second worst player at the X Games in 2015.
No, I wouldn't say that's the highlight of Finesse's career. I think the highlight of Finesse's career was probably... Well, actually, I don't know enough about his CS career, but in Valorant, it was winning an international event. But I would agree with you that it was crazy entertaining because of the uncertainty. Hot take. Angel leading FPX to huge success in 2022 while his home country was literally being invaded is one of the greatest and most underappreciated feats in Valorant esports. Yes. Hardcore agree. And I was begging people in Riot to be able to do proper interviews with Angel talking about his like home life and the situation in Ukraine, but they didn't want to. And I can understand why they didn't want to, but holy shit did we miss an amazing story there. An amazing human story. But they didn't want to go into it because of the political side of it. But that's unavoidable when politics interacts with esports and impacts people's lives in such a way. I believe it's our responsibility to tell those stories. Holy shit, okay. DRG have a stacked site, and they hit some nice shots.
主要还是五卡鼠这个点位其实已经拿到了很多的信息，他知道人并没有转，其次点内的埋伏已经到位了。
But I mean, I think probably part of the reason that they're loath to do that is that it opens the door for people to use the platform for other political things. I don't know. Esports, the entirety of esports is in a weird position where the developer and the people who run the league are the same people that run the like media for the league. Which isn't really how it works in traditional sports, right? Most of the media for the NFL is not being run by the NFL. It's being run by the cable channels. So they have a sense of distance from the product. So we run into these unfortunate situations. Vukashu just sat inside the smoke tapping cam, seeing if he can get a punish off in B-Link. And he's moved his trip as well, a further back position, so that it's less easy for them to default with this smoke and break this one. Alright, Simon trying to walk through the one-way smoke in art, and Chishu gets caught over towards A main. Alright, DRG are actually finding some success here. They're changing their setups over towards mid, and it's catching EDG out, and they also posted their up on a deep angle over here and got a kill. Hello, hello, hello. The devs of basketball don't run the leagues. Who's the dev of basketball? I don't know the history of basketball, like the origins of it. Anyone know? Some dead guy? Well, yeah, that's true. That's incontrovertibly true. Johnny Basket and Andrew Ball, they did a great job with that game. They did a great job with that game. James Naismith, a Canadian? Okay, that sounds like the first sensible answer coming from the chat, but I have no way of being able to verify that. Ah, the Hall of Fame is named after him. Right, right. Was he the first person to kind of create the modern version of the game, though? Or was he the first person to create a game where you throw a ball into a net?
KO 的闪是没有用的，对 KO 的闪是没有用的，更多的都是这种过点，然后给到一些过点烟，或者给到一些稍微自己的一些技能。
He codified it.
就是这个画架段速是很关键，然后包括路还是比较稳定的。这个明居终于是想象中有发挥嘛。
嗯，是的。
Presumably, people have been having games where they throw balls into baskets for a while. They used to play with a peach basket. It's a great idea. Weren't you there when they invented basketball? No. We considered it a bit too new school for us. We were still hitting each other with clubs and having a whale of a time. Okay, so Luke moves over from A main over towards B. Nobody should expect the sniper to be over here. This is a good drone here. This is a good drone because they've already got a cam posted A main. They know that the opera isn't there, so you expect it to be somewhere else. Oh, good damage onto Luke as well while he's tagged. So now they've pushed back both extremities, but they're trying a 4-person push. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous from Kang Kang. If he doesn't kill 2 there, I think it's quite difficult actually for EDG to be able to get out into the site. But they got destroyed. They had bad positioning on site there. Those are not the 2 best positions for stopping them from going for that. Like, if you're playing back halls, if one of these people was back halls, it'd be a lot easier. And if Luke didn't have an outlaw. Null command is a command that literally does nothing. Yeah, and 0 point is a point in the computer's memory that doesn't exist. Nice. I didn't know the 0 point one. Rate the regions from best to worst now that you've seen all of the teams play. It's hard to give an average. Okay, I'm not 100% convinced which of China or EMEA is at the bottom, but I think it's one of them. Then America's is weird because it has a lot of teams that look really good. And then it has some absolute gluey teams at the bottom. Oh, he jumped over the trip, and then he jumped straight into Spirit. So, yeah, but Pacific doesn't have as many gluey teams. Like, barely any, actually. But it doesn't have as many teams that look great, either. So, how do you do that? I don't know how you would rate that. Pacific has the most, like, Pacific seems the tightest. So maybe that pushes their average up because it's not getting dragged down by teams like Furia, 2G, Crew. But also I think teams like G2, Sen, 100 Thieves. Oh my god, that's a nice flash. Leviathan. Oh, nice trade by Smoggy. 1v1. Does he hear Fukashu? No, he doesn't. Oh, Fukashu got there just in time and was doing silent jumps all the way up heaven. DRG are in this game.
Americas are so good that teams that look bad would still be dominant in regions like EMEA.
That's not true. That is not true. Crew, Furia, and 2G would not be dominant in EMEA. You maniac. I think I would rate them as America's on top at the moment. But I'm not sure about this. But I'm just thinking the amount of good teams probably carries America's up. Then Pacific, because they don't have as many good teams as America's, but they also have a lot less shit teams. So maybe these two could be interchanged. I don't know. It depends how you rate average. Like, are you more impressed by the good or are you more unimpressed by the bad? And then I think I would probably go with... If EDG are playing really well, like they are at the moment... No, I think EMEA still takes it. Because they have Vitality, KC, Heretics. Yeah, I think EMEA still takes it. But honestly, even though I'm rating China at the bottom, they're nowhere near as far away as they were before. They're nowhere near. By your logic, China's above America's? What? For amount of good teams or lack of glue? Honestly, America's might have more glue in it than China. No, maybe not. No, that's unfair to Americas. That's not true. China's got the most glue. China has the most glue. But in terms of most, like, largest quantity of teams that look shit, China probably have the most, then... Is it Americas or is it EMEA? EMEA's got some poo. I think it might be EMEA.
已经来人了，靠着半天的收益能否去产生？球队这边直接带走了布卡丘，反手抛出神经曲息 ，Luke 的位置也已经很危险，单枪眼给出来，但是尽可能的阻挡。
They are really trying to do these B splits a lot. Oh my god. Luke just jumped over the head. Alright, and then that smoke. Oh my god, dude, the util is always amazing from Simon. The util is always amazing. Every piece of utility Simon throws is a fucking 3-point banger. Other than Koi, who is EMEA poo, Apex are EMEA poo, Koi are EMEA poo, Liquid, I'm afraid, are also in the poo. Who else? General mates are not. Giants might be in the poo as well, yeah. I don't know. Giants just looked kind of dull. I don't think Giants are poo. I think Giants are just not doing anything that useful. They're just playing too basic a style. Yeah, I don't think that ult was advised towards the end, was it? Respect for trying in the 1v3. It's like round 11, so, you know, you just find a moment and try to make it work.
Proving which region has the most glue stonks. Take the worst team from each region, Tyloo, Koi, DFM and KRU, lock them all up in a room together, and tell them they can't leave until only one team is left alive standing, by any means necessary. Surely this can't go wrong, clueless.
I really, really, really want to run a tournament where it's the wooden spoon tournament. Oh my god, wait, Luke is farming. There's a nice updraft and then a good bookie kill. Wait a second, they're cooking him. 7-5 half is not bad at all here for DRG. And the spike is dropped as well. Should be done. 2v5. I want to run a tournament where when you win a game, you get eliminated. So you take the bottom performing teams in all of the regions, and every time you win, like when you win a game, you're eliminated, and so the only way of progressing is to lose, but you earn more money for being eliminated first. So, do you see what I mean? I have mentioned this idea a couple of times since 2022. Alright, so the way it would work is, think about the kickoff bracket, right? Or maybe we do this in like a Swiss system to begin with. The teams that go 2-0 in a Swiss system, they're eliminated. They're out of the tournament and they win the max prize. So let's say you have like 3 teams that get eliminated 2-0, okay? Something like that. They all get eliminated and they all win 100k. Right? Something like that. Then you have some teams that go like 2-1, some teams that go 1-2, and some teams that go 0-2. That's how Swiss stages tend to work, right? You don't normally have 3 teams actually, you normally only have 2. So, alright, let me write this out properly for you. These teams progress to the next round. These teams progress to the next round. These teams get eliminated with like... These teams get eliminated with like 80k prize money or something. So it's like a reverse Swiss system. So you only get the shittiest teams playing against each other over and over and over again.
Koi just look flat and Apex just have weak fraggers. Liquid are the only genuine.
Koi just look flat and Apex just have weak fraggers. Liquid are the only genuine shitters. I mean, yeah, Liquid are the only ones that look like they're running around doing nonsense crap. But you can also be shit in a variety of ways. You don't have to play bad Valorant. So these teams progress to the next round. And from there, they play a tournament bracket, right? So you play a tournament bracket with these 4 teams. It can be single elim. I don't mind that. Yeah? And at the very end, you have 2 teams that have lost every single one of their games, or maybe won only max 1 game during the Swiss stage. And they play the final game, and they get 0 prize money for losing. They get a wooden spoon, and they get to go and lift the trophy. They're just going to quit, bro? Yeah, you have to contractually oblige them to play out all of the games. Why would you want to watch the worst teams at the end of the tournament? Because it'd be funny as fuck. It'd be funny as fuck. You're telling me you wouldn't want to watch Tai Lu play against, DFM or Liquid or something, just for the most, like, well, it wouldn't even be Liquid. That's the mad part. Who would it even be? Like, All Gamers Tai Lu or something like that? You're telling me you don't want to watch a final of those 2 teams and just get so excited for who's going to throw the hardest? It would be amazing. You're not considering the mental state of the players? Yeah, I mean... They would know what the tournament is going into it, though. But yeah, the longer you go through the tournament, the more your mental would be battered. The more desperate you would be for the win, so you don't win the tournament. We need to win this grand final, guys. We have to win this grand final, so we're not the winners of the tournament. It would also solve the problems of minimum matches. 100 Thieves, in that year where they only played 12 matches, in that tournament like this, they would have played a fuck ton of matches. They would have been losing and carrying on playing and losing and carrying on playing. It's great. Surely the loser of the grand final deserves a spoon? Yeah, that's what I said. Riskiest. Oh, that's what I meant anyway. Maybe I misspoke. Yes, entertainment comes from 2 different places in esports. From 2 good teams playing against each other or 2 shit teams playing against each other. Everybody knows a toilet bowl is just as good as a Super Bowl. And yet no one's got the balls to create a tournament where it rewards the losers. I'm telling you, it'd be so good. Yeah, exactly. You'd be given the wooden spoon and you would be crowned as the worst team in VCT. The players would be crying lifting the trophy, but not out of happiness. They just know that their fucking reputation's been soiled forever. What about for the format? Number 1 versus number 2. Loser plays number 3. Loser that plays number 4, and so on. Yeah, you could do a gauntlet style system. That's fine. That would actually be a great system as well. I would be so happy with a gauntlet style system. The on-stage interviews after lifting the spoon. Can you imagine? Guys, how do you feel after winning this tournament? Well, we kind of feel like shit. We lost every single game. But you now have the reputation as the worst team in the league. Are you going to look to make roster changes after this? Yeah, I mean, I guess we fucking have to. We're dog. It would be so funny. They crown an MVP. Wait, you could crown an MVP of the tournament. The worst, the LVP, the least valuable player of the tournament. Oh my god, it'd be so good. It'd be so fucking funny. If I was a player though, I would agree to play in a tournament like this because I would be so confident I wouldn't be the final team. Who the fuck would refuse to play in a tournament like this? It's like admitting that you're gonna lose.
直接进入到了一个完全没有掩体的状态。
是的，而且 Nobody 的枪也是很稳啊。
刚刚是起到了莽侠在防守边。
那首相局结束 ，EDG 是把自己的一个
Bro trying to send players to hit the bottle? Man, it would be fun. The whole vibe of the tournament would be fun and loose, okay? It's an exercise in being okay with not winning. It's an exercise with being okay with some level of laughing at yourself. It's an exercise in being vulnerable.
If we had a tournament where every team has to come, like lock-in, but the caveat is that you get to choose which team the players play on, would you make balanced teams or ridiculous teams?
Ridiculous teams. I would definitely make ridiculous teams. I'm not making fucking balanced teams for a tournament like that. Captain's pick system, I'd be making the worst team possible and another terrible team possible and getting them to play against each other and then make 2 super teams. Nice from Nobody. This is going to break the economy of DRG. This might be the round that catapults EDG into the lead here. I think it'd be so good. VCT peasants instead of VCT masters. Is Nobody the best fragging IGL? No, I think that's King. But Nobody is skilled. Like, you guys are all framing it as if the players would be mortified, like thinking about retiring, like it would affect their mentals super badly. Why don't they adopt a mentality and learn to adopt a mentality that has a more balanced view of life? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's okay to lose. It's okay to laugh at yourself. It's okay to be the butt of the joke for a while. And then you'll come back and you'll win later on. It's a healthier mental attitude anyway.
Plat Chat should field a team for this tournament. If you win one map, the team that lost to you instantly wins, loses it all.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, if we fielded a tournament, we would lift the wooden spoon. Valen's a great fragging IGL as well, but King is generally better, I think.
暂停完回来之后啊，感觉对于 DRG 来说，可能要围绕 Luke 的这把巨刃去做一些尝试了。
It's okay to lose and you lose your job or your career. Okay, but it's okay to lose sometimes. It's obviously it's bad for your career if you lose constantly, but it's not bad for your career to lose sometimes. Being able to deal with losses and being able to deal with being the butt of the joke without being crushed mentally is a very good thing to learn. King or John Cuties are fragging IGL? I mean, King. Why are you asking me the question? I told you King is the best fragging IGL in terms of his fragging. And then you just keep throwing names out there. Like, yeah, these other guys are good as well, but King tends to frag a little bit harder than Valen and John. I mean, the best fragging IGL of all time is Scream. Actually, maybe not. I'm not sure whether Scream fragged super hard when he was IGLing. Probably not because his team was getting shit on. But do you know what I mean? Like, it has no correlation to how good you actually are. This is very losable. Very losable for EDG. I hate the fucking bug. The highlights bug. Is Smoggy gonna cook them here? Ooh, not quite. Nice from Luke. Simon could win the 1v1, but it's difficult, especially with a pull on the spike. Oh, it's not a pull, it's a stun. Alright, DRG come back with an eco of their own to be able to knock down EDG's economy a little bit. Munchkin was doing like fairly crazy shit. He was doing some good fragging. But I mean, guys, you could this is a question that can literally just be answered by stats. If you're talking about who gets the most kills as an IGL, that's not even a question for a human, that's a question for a robot. It's just a bad question.
那现在好了，现在我有枪，然后同时我还有终极技能在手里。EDG 来到了一个存钱分了，其实是。
Oh, nobody's gone walkabouts.
单边的人给清掉，福乐星这个位置能够先打一个。对 EDG 来说也是想要去找。
Nobody's doing a little bit of. They haven't cleared this corner again. Nice from Luke, really. Good little movement play there to take down Simon. Oh, and they tried to get the res. Baiting it out. No! How are you letting Chishu win this round? Please, please don't let Chishu win this round. I'm fucking begging. He thinks he's rotated. He thinks he's gone flower or something. You have to tap, and Chishu's gonna push. Chishu literally pushed the last 2 times they tapped the KO body. Tap, and he will push. If you put good IGLing on the x-axis and kills on a y-axis, who's in the top right, that's the interesting question. And it changes over time. But somebody like Munchkin is pretty great in that situation. Somebody like John or Valen. To me, it's Valen, I think. Oh, hallelujah. God damn, that was close. But I think there's multiple correct answers to this, because no one really knows. So, like, saying Munchkin or John QT or... Yeah, that kind of thing is fine. Boo or Sadak, I think, is a bit overrating their fragging ability. You could say nobody, though, as well. But I think it's valid, personally.
而且在这个 A 点，如果强行再打一波提速的话，这个双先锋终极技能可能会有很好的收益哦。
是的，你能看到，其实冲 A 的时候 ，DRG 在包点里的道具覆盖还是非常满的。
但我感觉 DRG 可能想打拉扯，他 A
This round is enormously important.
偏远，都在挂单边，看一下 EDG 会不会做防守前压。
对，因为 DRG can have a couple of their players knocked down onto an eco. And EDG can as well. This is a huge economic swing round. So they've inserted Spirit over towards A main. 3 players defending A. They've given up mid control basically completely.
From Mongolia, Josh lost the game to Zito. This is so sad.
Okay, I didn't know they were playing them. They fade ulted, and they're thinking it's a fake, so they started rotating off. And now they're actually hitting the site. Were they fade ulting to see how many people the fade ult would hit before committing? They actually kind of baited EDG into falling off site. Alright, KO ult comboed with the Sova ult. Trying to set up Chishu, and they do a good job at it. Oh my god, and Chishu's movement. Oh, how has Luke... Luke basically tried to catch him in his hands there. They know that these last 2 players are both over towards Art. The smoke is very annoying to try to defuse inside of. You have to push them. Good push, good push, good push. And now hold. Nice. Wow, that was close. That sounded closer than it was. I swear that sounded closer than 1.5 seconds. Pretty good from EDG. How on earth did Luke not kill Kangkang? The Chichu play was really nice around here. Look at him. He gets on top of the high ground and then slides down. Like, he can only slide once he hits the floor, so his movement's so funky right in Luke's face. Kangkang's maybe a bit lucky to get away with that one, but it won the round for them.
这一分拿下也是很好的稳定住局势，并且 DRG 有锋刺这一分，甚至还有辽拳。是的。
Here's a re-clear. So last round they inserted the fade into A main, and now they're trying to re-clear him. That worked kind of perfectly. Smoggy took contact for the Prowler on this kind of angle, so they didn't think anyone was behind the box. So now you've lost your fade and you've lost all A main control. but you've got the whole of mid. So this is the trade offer. Trade offer. We will take A main, but we will give you the entirety of mid. Do you accept? Oh, by the way, we also are going to kill your Fade player. Don't think it's worthwhile for DRG, but it might allow them to set up decent play here. All right, Kankan can fall back and try to play a bit of a cross with Smoggy. Smoggy's making sure that A main is completely clear, and now that Smoggy sees nothing, that play from Kankan was ill-advised, I think. Rather than just trying to play backside. Trying to duck inside that smoke and then re-peek out is bonkers. Good crossfire in backside there from Nobody and Simon. Yeah, really good. Really good. Good A main control. Good clearance from Smoggy. Good work supporting back into the side. And nice rotates that came in. Arguably, DRG could have tried to play that a little bit faster. What a recon that is, though. I think there is no way to measure it by kills. You can't know how much an IGL is IGLing. I'm not saying... Oh my god. You've misunderstood completely. I'm not saying that you can measure IGLing by kills. What I'm saying is you can measure... The question was, which IGL frags the hardest? And that is measurable by kills. You're saying, oh, what you're saying is John Cutie gets more kills than other people just because he's helped with the calling? I mean,
or is it actually valid?
That's just a... These are silly discussions. They're silly discussions because they all just come down to how you define things. They're semantics. Jay Gutsy, thank you for the 100 bits. Do you think Kankang's forcing the Neon since perhaps he practiced her a lot in the off-season, or is it actually valid? I think it's a bit of both, actually. I think they're relying on some compositions on certain maps that they're just really comfy with, but I do see China running a lot of the Neon, and it does look pretty decent the way that Kankang's playing it. It should be average kills per map. We already have a stat for that. It's called kill per round. You're reinventing the wheel. How do you think Prime Gambit would fare now? They would get destroyed. If you just took them in a time machine from 2021 to now, they would get utterly destroyed. Honestly, even if we were playing on the old patch, it would take... Maybe they wouldn't get destroyed immediately because they would, like, the teams currently would forget how broken certain stuff was. But just generally, the way that they approached the game was... They were like one of the first teams to use an operator really well as part of their defensive setups. I mean, we're talking basic-ass evolutions of the game at that point. They were good, but they were good for their time. They weren't good in an objective sense. They had good players and they had good ideas, especially on the defense side, but most people have good players and good ideas now. Oh, if they played against the worst teams right now, they'd be fine. Why the fuck would that be what you did? We're going to take Prime Gambit and run them against the worst teams. Alright, 2-0. They kind of rolled DRG. They rolled.
But only because he has to translate Chinese to English because his team has a player who can't Chinese and an actual IGL who can't English XDD.
This was a weird day of Chinese Valorant. I mean, EDG are clearly a lot better than DRG. But also, EDG did not have as many crazy... I mean, maybe they're just amazing on Haven, but... I think they're amazing on Haven and we're hitting outrageous form. The DRG players started being able to find their moments on Pearl a bit more. Nah, they didn't 13-0 again here, but they did 13-0 again on Haven. Who did they play against next then? They play against Billy Billy. I mean, I think what's annoying is I think this version of EDG, now that they've actually woken up, should be able to beat Billy Billy. I hope that game is close, though. I think that can be a close game. Is it a BO5 now that we are in this situation of the bracket? I think it is. Billy versus EDG. Best of 5. What have Billy been banning? They banned Fracture that game. They banned Fracture that game. They banned Bind that game because XLG banned Fracture first. So presumably EDG... What is EDG's perma? Abyss, because Fracture got banned. Abyss. Okay, so there's no Abyss, no Fracture. So we kind of know what the maps are going to be then. No Abyss, no Fracture. It means that we're going to get Haven. We're going to get Split. We're going to get Bind. No Abyss, no Fracture. Dude, what the fuck else is in the map pool right now? Lotus. And Pearl. I mean, Haven seems like it should go strongly the way of EDG. I would have previously said that Lotus would as well, but I don't know about that now, actually. Because EDG's Lotus has looked a bit sluggish. Where's Billy been getting their wins?
Abyss and Fracture in Stabans. Definitely not Heretics or Liquid respectively, their next ED.
I mean, the map pool is not looking good for Billy. Because they're not going to win on Haven. I just don't believe they're going to win on Haven. Could they beat them on Lotus? I think they could beat them on Lotus. I don't know about Bind. I mean, when we watched Billy play on Bind earlier today, their composition is not like anything special at all. And they were mostly just trying to run their heads into the brick wall that is Trace's comp. So maybe, I mean, what are EDG running on that map? I've forgotten. They were running... Oh, yeah, the Tejo. They were running Tejo Sky. Is it possible that Billy could win on Lotus and Bind? Maybe. Could they win on Fracture? No idea. Probably not. Could they win on Split? I don't think so. I think EDG is going to the grand final. Dude, I said so confidently during this game that EDG were not going to win this tournament. And now I'm looking at it and I'm like, they've actually got some good chances of winning this tournament. The thing is, though, Trace have slapped them around on Bind. Trace have slapped them around on Lotus. Trace are going to be able to ban Haven. Trace are going to be able to force them to play Abyss.
Short Hitman session till then.
I think Trace should be able to win this. If Trace cannot win this game against EDG, playing Abyss, Bind, Lotus, of which they've already clapped them on both of these maps, this is EDG's permaban. And then what? They'll get rid of Haven. And then what else will be in the pool? Pearl, maybe? I think Trace should be able to win that. EDG are good on Abyss? Well, they've been perma-banning it recently, though. They've been banning it all through this tournament. They might be hiding it, but I kind of doubt it because they haven't brought it out in any of the lower games. 3 hours till EMEA starts. Short hitman session till then? No, I'm afraid not. So I've got work that I need to do. I need to ring up some places and book appointments and stuff. So I have to dip. I have to dip and I have to come back for the EMEA game later on. So I'm off. I did say that I would find somebody to raid, so let's have a look. Let's see who's around. We could send you to... Is anyone going to carry on streaming the whole way through? Does Choba normally carry on streaming for like 3 hours before EMEA? Let us say you book appointments. I'm definitely not going to do that. He did? What does he do in the 3 hours before EMEA? Why doesn't he sleep or something? That's crazy. We could raid Jing. I mean, Jing's got more viewers than Chobra at the moment. Let's raid Chobra. I like supporting the other casters. Okay, raid Will Chobra. All right, see you. Bye-bye. We'll be back for EMEA in 3 hours. And who knows who the hell we'll be watching it with. Peace.